All right. I think we're going. I get a commercial. And a long commercial. Oh my god, it was a Marvel commercial about makeup. What's wrong with it? Hello, kind and gentlefolk. How are we doing tonight? Today we're sculpting through some stuff, and of course, the ever popular question and answers in case anybody wants anything answered. Yeah, hello, hello, hello. If I can get someone to yell for. Oh, hold on. Switched. And now we have, if anybody wants to join us in Discord in the little chat session, please do. Is there anyone on Twitch, YouTube? Someone reach out and tell me if you can hear me or see me. I see no one. All right. Tonight we're working on the revamping of this model. We're going to turn it into an NFT thing, I guess. And so I need to clean it up and just kind of modernize the model a little. So we'll be sculpting on this. And then, like I said, doing Q&A and the such. So, yeah. Please reach out and tell me if YouTube and Facebook can see stuff. Anyone? I will continue to sculpt then. Did everyone have a good week this week? Anything exciting and new going on in everyone's lives? Here. Thanksgiving is this week. Totally forgot about that. Anyone? Can anyone hear me? Can everyone see me? All right. I don't even know what to say, guys. I hope you can hear me and see me. I have no idea. Like I said, we're kind of going to do an NFT test with this piece. Hey, there we go. Great. Awesome. Yay, team. Volumes are okay. Everything's good. Awesome. And so that's Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. Great. We're up, running, and going. So how's everyone doing this week? Anything cool, fun, and exciting? Mm-hmm. No. What's our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8-second delay? Hey. Awesome. Nice to hear. Yep, things are going okay here. I'm getting ready for Thanksgiving, and then I'm going to pack up my studio and head to LA. I'm moving to LA in December, so I'm probably not going to be streaming the first couple weeks of December because I need to move. But then, as soon as I get set up and get my studio set up and stuff, I'll be right back to streaming. Yeah, this is, we have a few ideas about some NFT stuff. And so we picked a model to do a test with. So we're going to do an NFT with this model. I'm just working on half right now because I want to work at really high resolution. So it's just easier. Oh, you just moved back to Seattle. It's funny. I just moved away from Seattle. Yeah, no, there's some really good opportunities in LA right now that I can't pass up. I'm doing a kind of business venture with someone, and he has a lot of celebrity contact, which is good. And then, like I said, we're trying to figure out how to do some stuff with NFTs as far as using them as provenance papers for parts. So, like when you buy a piece of jewelry, you would get an NFT, and that NFT would be the permanent proof of provenance. So you would know when it was sold and all of that. And then there's also just the random chance that your receipt could have value as well as an NFT. But the real key of the NFTs would be to have an unalterable provenance for the things you buy. It just comes down to minting expenses and like how to, for people who aren't NFT savvy, how can you get them to purchase something that, because you have to have a wallet and things like that. And if you're not NFT savvy and you just want to buy a ring, you know. Oh yeah, no, that's the other thing we're going to be doing is creating more objects of art. Yeah, I have object art, um, also toys and some stuff like that. We have a bunch of stuff that's going to go on. We're going to take over the ground floor of a building in the jewelry district in LA. It's about 8,500 square feet. And we're going to turn that sort of into a destination showroom sort of thing. Well, so yeah, so proof of work is where the environmental impact of NFTs really were, and almost everyone is now going to proof of stake. And so what was so bad about it is proof of work is every time anyone looks at the NFT, it goes through the entire confirmation algorithm check, where proof of stake is it goes through that once and then you have a certificate. So then every time someone checks it, you're not going through all the work to check it. You're just looking at that receipt and saying this has been checked. So it is an exponentially more or safer way of oh yeah, no, I'm here every week. Every Monday. Um, so that takes a lot less electricity. And, what's nice about the NFTs in this sense is they got hammered for it, and there are people trying to solve the problem of the environmental impact. But what's really funny is, we're sitting here on Twitch, and the processing power and stuff to keep a Twitch video up or a YouTube video up makes NFTs, look like nothing. But there were a lot of people trying to get the NFT markets to fail, and to be fair, it was horrible. If it's proof of work, it is a very wasteful system, and it really does burn a bunch of energy. It's really, really, really messy and an energy hog. But the people are actually taking it seriously and really trying to get the systems to work. So yeah, it's it's not perfect. It's not, but it's one of the few. I would say it's one of the few environments that people are actually trying to solve the problem, as opposed to just going, yeah, So yeah, there are problems with it, but at the same time, it's inevitable. It's coming. It's not going anywhere. Yeah, I mean, YouTube. It's the amount of energy burned on tons of stuff is mind bending. It's just like I said, there were people who were trying to poke the NFT markets down, and so it made them commit to actually working on the energy issue. Yeah, exactly. Like I wouldn't do anything on a proof of work network. They're see like right now, I guess most of the big high profile NFTs are on Ethereum, and Ethereum was, or I don't know if they've if they've done the what they were working on. They're working on trying to get um, a proof of stake um, system going. I don't know if they've actually done it or not, but since Ethereum was the place where most people were doing their NFTs, yeah, it became a very big issue because the biggest one was, or still is, I guess. I don't know. I haven't heard that they've changed over to Ethereum 2.0, but I know they're working on it. You know, it's something that they're being forced to deal with. So hopefully that'll sort itself out, because I truly believe that NFTs are the real future for art and art sales. I mean, it's actually one of the few things that actually empowers artists, and you get a cut every time it sells. So if you become a famous artist, or at least a more famous artist, and you know, you sell your NFT for $100, and then all of a sudden, you know, people are selling them for $10,000, you're getting your cut every time that NFT sells. So that's cool. But I honestly don't think that's really the future of NFTs in art. I think using NFTs as provenance papers is really where it's going to help artists. Hey, Cinna, how's it going? Oh, without a question, it'll make it exponentially less electricity. It's a big, I mean, it's a substantial deal. It's not like, oh, it's 3% more efficient. No, it's like 3,000 times more efficient. I mean, it's a dramatic difference for sure. But I really think that so sort of what we want to do with them, and there's some hiccups to this plan because, you know, let's face it, so many people are not internet savvy, or, you know, you say NFT and they, you know, they don't know what it is. You say cryptocurrency and they don't have wallets and stuff like that. So to do what we want, there has to be a higher integration, or a way of getting someone a wallet where they don't actually have to really do anything to do it. Because I really, hey, I miss you too. I'm very well. Trying to get it to, so the thing is this, is if, like right now people are buying NFTs as like stock, right? You know, it's hey, look, I'm buying this piece of art, which is an NFT. And what I want, or what we're trying to figure out, is how to get it to where, like, let's say I sell you this ring. Well, you actually purchase an NFT, right? The NFT would be the sales receipt and the proof of purchase, right? It's like a proof of purchase card. And it would be a second stage authentication. And then that way, if you ever plan to, for jewelry, it's a little different, but like, let's say you plan to resell the jewelry, right? By contract, you sell the NFT and then you send them the piece of jewelry. And what that does is it keeps track of provenance, so we always know who purchased it. But the other cool thing about it is, unlike any time before now, the artist gets a cut, right? So the nice thing about that is that the artist always gets a cut of the sale. So if it ever, like I said, if you ever got famous and sold something for $1 million, you get your, whatever it is, 1%. And, you know, so you know, it's an always returning way, and it's a non-forgeable proof of purchase, or proof of authenticity, right? It's your, you know, it beats a hologram tag, right? And so I think that as a provenance paper, NFTs have a great future in the art world. And, you know, who knows? The kind of cool thing about it is you never know if you got Charlie's golden ticket, right? Because what's funny is, you know, you have this sales receipt, which is an NFT, which is sitting on a market. And who knows, you know, maybe because the artist became famous, now those NFTs are worth more. And, you know, 5-10 years down the way, you might look down and realize that your sales receipt is actually worth $10,000 or something stupid. So it's an interesting thing, but the power of an NFT is that it is a binding contract, and it's non-forgeable, right? So, I truly believe that in the future you're going to have, like, let's say you're on Craigslist and someone's like, "Hey, I'm selling my car," and so you go, "Okay, well, I can buy your car." You're like, "Okay, Venmo me the money, and we will go through or buy the NFT." And now you're purchasing the contract, which is the pink slip of the car, and then you just register that with DMV, and there's no hassling, harassment. There's no need to go through the process of re-registering the car, because then once you purchase the NFT, that is the pink slip, right? And so that's, I think, in the future, that's what NFTs are going to be, is binding contracts online, right? And right now, it's just in a weird place where people are trying to figure out what to do with them. Um, so yeah, I mean, they're still in the Wild Wild West is even not a very good. It's just, who knows? I mean, you just don't know what's going to do tomorrow. But right now, it's just being used for, basically you're just buying cryptocurrency with a picture on it, right? So it's making slightly more volatile cryptocurrency markets. And so, I don't, at this point, I just think it's a vanity thing. But I think that as soon as we figure a way to get it where it can act as your provenance papers, I think that is going to be a major step in art. Because once again, you can't use one without the other. Like, so if I sell a painting or I sell this ring or something like that, but I've sold you the NFT, that is your binding contract. So, I think that there's some very real power that NFTs are going to bring to artists. And when I say that, I don't mean, "Hey, look, I made a cool picture and I'm selling you, 100 Bitcoins with it," or whatever. Um, I just think it's in its infancy, and yeah, it's coming. There's some cool things going on with it, and it's it's an interesting thing that is not going to go away. Yeah, there you go. You and I are looking for the same person, actually. I'd like someone to give me $1 billion. That'd be nice. And that's why we're trying to find real world solutions for NFTs. Because, very soon, with everyone dumping money in the metaverse, the virtual and augmented reality side of all of this is really going to take off. And, being able to sell digital assets that you can sort of put in your selfies and things like that, that's huge already. And it's in its infancy. And I mean, I think they said that, was it Dolce and Gabbana or something like that, made $350,000 off a digital tiara. So, I mean, people are stepping into it very, very in the fashion world. And we've been doing some stuff with virtual and augmented reality for jewelry and virtual showrooms and stuff. And so all of this ties together. It's wild. It's because I can sell, I mean, there are at least, excuse me, there are at least 5 websites that I know of right now that I could feasibly become an artist there. And, excuse me, and sell, like, I'm using a 24 Pro. NFT is a non-fungible token. Oh, well, yeah, of course. I mean, there are those who are working to get, the problem is that you're never going to have a wealth separation until there's a real revolution, and I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. I mean, it might happen in my lifetime, but I don't see it happening right now. I mean, you had a lot of people, why Black Lives Matter and Me Too and all of that really took off in so many ways is that there were a lot of people out of work, because everyone was home with COVID. And so, yeah, you're going to go to a Black Lives Matter rally where if you had work the next day, you might not go. And so they had a lot of outpouring. And I mean, don't get me wrong. I think yes, it should have had a lot of outpouring. But I'm just saying that because there have been a lot of people shot by the cops who, there was a protest one night or two nights, but never, didn't go on that long because let's face it, you had a job. You couldn't just spend 4 days to a week, sitting in a park and stuff. I don't think we have the stomach for that kind of protesting yet. We'll see. The world's a funny place. But yeah, the vision of class is one that's not going to change until people get really fed up. But I don't think people want to lose their internet or, their Netflix or their, there's a lot to lose taking on the system. And most people aren't willing to sacrifice that stuff. I mean, I just figure I take on the system by teaching people how to think and how to make good stuff and try to build a community. Because, the system's wackadoodle at this point. Ain't nobody changing that right now. I've never used a Huon. I've had a Cintiq for pushing right at 20 years now. And so, yeah, I've never used one. I'm not sure. Yeah, no, we're actually, like I said, this is going to be our first NFT test. We're going to make this ring and we're going to do a turntable of it. And like I said, we're looking into how to tie the physical objects to NFTs, where instead of buying an object and getting a receipt, you're buying the NFT, which is your receipt for the object. So, you sort of have an investment that goes with the piece you're buying, and then if you sell the part, you get the piece of jewelry and you transfer the NFT. In that way, it's like an unalterable proof of purchase or proof of authenticity. And like I was saying earlier, that is the future of NFTs, is legally binding contracts, not Bitcoin with pictures. But yeah. Well, sure, all of those things would change the system without a question. I think a more realistic thing to try to invent is how do you get people to become batteries, so when the VR world hits, you can plug them in and allow them to charge their own world. Gosh, you know, we our future always comes from science fiction, right? Because that then gives engineers a frame to work in. And I'm sorry, I'm not an optimist on that one. I mean, have you seen very many optimistic science fictions? I know there are people right now trying to figure out how to make a bed that someone can lay in, and then they make money off you somehow because the virtual reality stuff in 5 or 10 years is going to be at the level of Ready Player One or Matrix easily. So yeah, what are the business opportunities of the future? Design batteries out of people and you're going to become a billionaire. Well, I mean, you can be a god in your own virtual world, but eventually, let's face it, you're going to want to wield that over someone and or, you know, have a virtual date with someone. You know, you can be God all you want, but let's face it, it's all about flexing and pretending you're better than other people. And, you know, I don't have a lot of faith in the community as far as that goes. Um, but I mean, if you look at things like EVE Online, which has been you know, it's sort of a virtual world. Um, that's all about community. And I mean, I know many communities in the EVE Online where they all meet in Vegas, and, you know, you know, oddly enough, EVE Online builds community. It's quite fascinating culture. Yeah. Well, it depends on what you mean by hard surfaces. I mean, I do tanks and vehicles and stuff sometimes. And, you know, these actually wind up being hard surfaces, but I'm trying for a sculpture look. You know, I'm not trying to get it to look like a machine did it. So, but I use a lot of hard surface techniques. Um, but no, well, I think the metaverse is just a dumb word, but I don't think it's suspect. I think it really is the future. There is I'm going to say they're from the Netherlands. I could be wrong about that. They're in that area. And they make a headset called a Vayo. So it's Varjo, Barrio. And they actually have, like, if you get the helmet, you sign up into their metaverse, and they have, I guess, very, very good metaverse software. And I've partaken in meetings through one of the helmets, and it's actually pretty incredible. It's coming fast. I mean, it's wild. But, you know, that's an $8,000 helmet with a 2-year subscription to their little thing. You know, I don't know what blockchain they're planning on doing. I'm n- I am not sure what blockchain they are planning on doing it with. I'm doing it with a friend of mine who does a ton of it, and he has a friend, or they have a guy who does nothing but this blockchain stuff. So yeah, I don't know. I have no clue. I'll tell you when we get going for sure. Um, because once again, I think that this is just going to be the picture or a turntable of it, and I kind of want it to be a rotating zoom turntable so you can see the inside of it as well. And yeah, that's a wild one. I mean, you know, I if it worked and safe, I'd do it tomorrow. Probably. I'm not, you know, I'm not worried about, you know, people, you know, we live in a well, a surveillance state. We live in a place where we have no privacy if you're going to touch, you know, the internet. I'm not. Cool. Yeah, no, it's interesting. I really think that um I think that NFTs are a really interesting thing, and I think it's, like I said, I think it's a very powerful tool for artists in the future. Right now, I think it's a little odd. Um, but I mean, I get it. It's like, you know, if you have a bunch of Bitcoin sitting around and you're looking at it, because a lot of people, let's face it, you know, they're doing day tradey sort of stuff. Well, if you're just trading coins, who cares? At least now you can trade coins that have the potentiality of having some collectability to it, you know. So there's not just the coin value, but it's now a collector's market, which is, you know, it's fascinating. I don't think real art has hit it yet. You know, I think a lot of it is just, hey, look, I took a picture of Donkey Kong and I want $30,000 for it. Yeah, okay, cool. eventually that's going to come around to where people are going to want quality. Um, and as an artist, I think that's important. But I really do think just using it as a business contract for art is where the real future of it is for artists. How old are you, Lolly? Because I tell you what, if you're going to be viable in 10 years or so, you're going to have a full Ready Player One experience. I'll guarantee you, without a doubt. And God only knows, if the quantum computing stuff actually hits and is real and is quicker, who knows? Tomorrow, the entire world of computing could change, and if it gets more powerful, it's just coming quicker. Because, like I said, I've been working and doing a lot of research with this Vario or Vario platform, and some of the stuff they're doing is ridiculous. And a lot of the new systems are tying themselves to that platform because they have a successful virtual reality like interface software, and their metaverse software is pretty awesome. You're 29. You're going to experience it without a question. Yeah, they produce the helmets. They have the first helmet that is human vision resolution. Like, and the eye tracking software is so advanced that like you can get your helicopter's license with it, and then all you have to do is take your test, because it's actually the eye tracking software is enough where they can see if you're actually looking at your gauges right and this and that. That's how accurate the eye tracking software is. Yeah, no, it is absolutely super cool. Hold on. Who the hell? It's really sexy. Star 3, come on. So this, oops, that's the. So what's interesting about it is it has cameras in the front, so you can have virtual reality and augmented reality. It has LiDAR, so when you're walking around a room, you can scan the room, and that becomes the environment you're standing in your metaverse. It's like this is a seat where you're reaching out, grabbing it, but the robotics are purely augmented reality. Um, it's and the other thing about it is that it's full eye resolution, so the screens in the thing are incredibly good. It has LiDAR for depth and positioning stuff. Um, so you can do eye tracking for marketing and stuff, so you can track where people watch. I mean, it's crazy, but it's still big old huge helmet, but it's cool. It's coming. I mean, there's just no doubt about it. It's coming. Yeah, I don't have high hope in that, honestly. I think that as soon as someone can plug in, and think about how people have started working from home instead of the office and stuff like that. Well, the hardware is getting good enough that you can do your work from home. And let's face it, if we are actually going to have a community and or a world where machines are doing what people, machines, the whole point of robotics and things like that is to replace human labor. So the second, I mean, we could do that today. We could replace 60% of human labor. Like, all factory work could be done with robotics. But we don't do it because, hey, you know, I stream every Monday night at 8. And in the new year, I might do 1 or 2 streams during regular hours. So I miss most of America at this hour. So there are people who are yelling at me who want me to do an earlier stream so they can partake. So in the new year, I'll probably do one. Yeah, no, it's a beast. But as of right now, I stream every Monday at 8 p.m. or at 7 p.m. Wait, what time is it? 8:30? No, 8 p.m. Yeah, 8. 8. That's what time I start. But I'm probably not going to stream for at least the first 2 weeks of December because I have to move down to LA. So I'm going to need time to pack and just pack, hit it, and run. And hopefully I can only miss 1 week, but I'm going to say I'll miss 2 just in case. And I do, this where I'm sculpting and talking, and then I also do critiques where people bring their work in, upload them, and we talk about them and critique. So, yeah. Hello, hello, hello. How we doing, my brother? I have absolutely no issues um, with brain, or direct to brain interfacing. A friend of ours, their kid had, I can't remember what it was now, but they actually put a thing into his brain, and and it prevented something from happening, so he wouldn't go into seizures or something like that. Um, all right, cool. So I think that I people are like, oh, we don't need to become cyborgs. I mean, I don't know. I have glasses. That's an augmentation. So if I can get something that's going to make it 100 times better than that, sure, why not? I'm not going to be the first generation to try it. Um, sadly, I live off my brain, so it would be very bad to fry it. But I imagine by the time it gets to us, it'll be fairly safe. I'd go into space. I'm not worried about that stuff. It's like, if you're not willing to try stuff. Actually, you know what? I don't know that you are. I think that a lot of this has been going on for a long time. I know that and I'm not being a conspiracy theorist or anything like that, but I mean, if you think about it, we know that they've been trying to do interfaces with fighter pilots and drone pilots where it is sort of direct to brain. Now they had a little helmet as opposed to actually going into the brain, but I mean, this has been stuff that's been being experimented with for 15, 20 years. And I mean, in one format or another, right? So I think that there's probably a lot more going on than we know, because the military is involved with a lot of this. And so, I'm sure there's tons of stuff that we just don't know about. So I have no doubt that some of this is going to happen a lot faster than we would imagine. And, with as powerful as computers are becoming, and, like I said, it only takes one breakthrough, and quantum computing is very real. So I mean, the whole paradigm of computing can change tonight, and the world will be a very different place. And so, the second quantum computing becomes real. I mean, real as in, I mean, it's real right now, but real as in something that someone can use and buy. Yeah, that's going to change the world. I mean, think about it. The world's already changed dramatically. We have civilians going into space. Space tourism is real right now. So, I remember in 2000 when what's his name from Virgin was talking about doing it, and they were doing the little space planes into orbit. That was sci-fi. And that was 20 years ago, that it was pure science fiction, and now we're flying into space with civilians. Now they're all billionaires, but I mean, those are the first steps. These are incredibly, I mean, like, big changes for the human species. This is the first time that people have flown to space not tied to the military. And, yes, this stuff is always for the rich first, but eventually it's going to be affordable and people are going to do it. And so, yeah, I have absolutely no doubt. I mean, just, talking about printing, I mean, you know, 20 years, well, 16 years ago, 20 years ago, the only way that you could get a good print was off a SolidScape. And then EnvisionTech came out, and you could get, a 25 micron print. But a 25 micron print off an EnvisionTech at the time cost you 215,000, I think, with the lens package. That's how much you paid for the printer. So $200,000 16 years ago compared to $3,000 for a Formlabs, or I guess it's now with everything else $4,000 with a Formlabs. And it does as good a print as that machine did 16 years ago, and now it costs $118,000 less, $218,000 less than it did, and you're getting a better print. So, technology really does work exponentially. So, you look at where we're at now, it's going to go. It's going to be crazy. And that's awesome and exciting, You know what? It won't, because then the quantum computers will be creating the the algorithms that need to be broken. Because I assure you, people are going to create the algorithms to break, as well as the one that break. Because let's face it, the people who are investing in this, once again, are investing to defend and or crack, national security, and these people take it very, very seriously. And so, it's not some rogue group of people in Tehran that are doing the quantum. No, I guarantee you, you have someone there trying and whatever. But the fact is that, where is the technology? It's here. It's in these groups of people that, and I don't just mean America, but like the peer group of computer research, they're scientists. It's a fairly, let's face it, if you're really doing this kind of research and you're really pouring your life into this stuff, you're not an evil genius. No, you're part of a university. You're part of a, it's not just this random evil people doing horrible things so they can control the universe. Second it comes to money, they might try to get it that way, but you know what I'm saying. I'm a little bit more optimistic than that. It's, yeah, of course, there are horrible people doing horrible things all the time. But, those quantum computers will also probably, gene cycle cancer and figure out how to stop it. And, when you can start computing at that kind of levels, you're going to be able to do a lot of stuff. And, it'll be fascinating to see what's going on. And don't get me wrong, I'm actually not an optimist. I think horrible things will come out of it. But it's our responsibility to kind of, behave ethically and sometimes turn down money when it's not right. And, I think that with house source, it's not going to happen real soon, but eventually social media is going to get kicked in the face for the evil that it does. And, the second people actually start going to jail and actually are considered, pariahs, and, maybe get convicted for crimes against humanity instead of just extortion, things will change. I mean, things are always bad, and then they get better, and then they're bad, and then they get better, and then they're bad, and then they get better, and, eh, I'm pessimistically optimistic, I guess. Well, that'd be hard to do. Um, I mean, technically, they have diamond 3D printers. Well, by particle deposition, they're creating diamonds. Um, so, in some ways, that's kind of already happening. Is there a way that you could? I mean, they're doing cylinders and spheres and flat sheets and things like that. So, I mean, there has been no reason to try to do something dimensional. I've seen cubes, but because it's just particle deposition, so, feasibly we are printing diamond. Hey, how we doing? Yeah, there might be, but the thing is that once you turn that kind of computing or that kind of computing power with machine learning, once it hits that singularity where it's real, um, you've just exponentially blown out your computing process, and then, machine learning's pretty tight now. You set it on a task, it's not going to take long for it to go through the task. It's going to, instead of years, it could take hours. I mean, it's really that kind of exponential jump. So who knows? I mean, that's the thing, is anytime you think you have a grasp on what is happening with technology, you just have to remember, literally people walked on the moon in my lifetime. There was no space travel in my lifetime. Well, that's not true, actually. There was always space travel. I was born in 69, so there were people in space before 69, but, people hadn't walked on the moon except in my lifetime. And now, we're literally planning missions to Mars with civilian companies, and that's crazy. Well, there are a number of programs that allow you to show like OBJs and STLs on your um, on your phone. Eh, machine learning doesn't really. I mean, thing is that machine learning, you're giving it the problem and it's trying to solve it. It's not like, hey, Frank, will you figure this out for me tonight? You set very restrictive sort of, it only does what you tell it to do, right? It just looks at it very differently than we can or would. Henry, if you watch this stream, Henry's my business partner. And Henry's a programmer and does a bunch of stuff with security and blah, blah, blah. But he also has done some scientific stuff, and he wrote an algorithm that would tell you, it would, like, you put the flies on under a camera and it'll tell you what sex the fly is. And that was a really big deal for science experiments. So you could sex the flies. And they literally used to have to pick the fly up, look for its genitalia, and that's how you know what sex the fly was. And he wrote an algorithm that it looks at the wings of the fly, and it found whatever it is that. So what they did is they took pictures of the flies and then they sexed them, and then they feed the pictures and the sex of the fly into the computer, and they're like, all right, computer, these are male flies, these are female flies, tell us which ones are male and female, and or find the things that are in one and not the other, and da 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 da, and it worked through, and they did, and no one knows what it's actually looking at. It has something to do with the wings, I guess, like the blood vessels in the wings or pigment in the wings or something. It has something to do with the wings, and now they can sex flies just by running them under a camera. where, you used to have to do that. And that was machine learning, right? Well, you need it for Tinder. It's like, no, really, that person is not going to work for you, man. Well, the price of gas and the average value entertainment just doesn't seem worth it. So I mean, we're actually in a crazy time. I mean, like, when I was a kid, we didn't have cell phones. There was no cable. That was all science fiction. That wasn't real. And now it's very real. And that's awesome. So in the time frame, and since it's exponential, the changes that have happened, I mean, okay, so the first real cell phones were the early 90s, 92, where they were, everybody had a cell phone. Because I think the brick was like 89, 88, 89 was the brick cell phone. And then, the actual flip phones, I think, were like 92, 93, something like that. So from 93 till 2023, we now have, my iPhone is more powerful than any spaceship that NASA used. I mean, to be fair, it was a Tandy. Our cell phones have been more powerful than those computers for a very long time. But, it's like your iPhone has as much computing power as, the entire labs that created the nuclear bomb. It's like we have such incredible processing power in, just our phones. And, it's crazy. It's changing fast, and it's no joke. It's coming, and that's great. I have high hopes for it. That would be lovely, wouldn't it? I agree with you there. I think sadly we're headed towards the Matrix cyberpunk sort of, because let's face it, our engineers use sci-fi to decide on what they're targeting. Well, have any of you seen utopian sci-fi? I can't really think of any utopian sci-fi. So we're going to be using the things we're looking at. And now you look at, cyberpunk, not the game or the movie or anything, the movement of cyberpunk. If you look if you watch the original Blade Runner, right? If you look at how our society has embraced that aesthetic and that ideal of what science is going to be or what technology is going to be, there were no cell phones when that film was made. We had cassette tapes and, Super 8 video. Video wasn't really real then, I mean, it was film, So there weren't digital cameras. There was none of that. It was, it was all still very tangible in 80, what was it, 82, 83, I think. Hell, there was still disco, I mean, that's but if you look at Blade Runner, it holds up. I mean, it holds up incredibly well. Okay, they have big shoulder pads and the hairdos are a little wackadoodle. But, I mean, if you look at the view of the society that it's saying we're headed towards, that's the society we're headed towards. At least right now it is. And then, you look at how, Alien. Look at Alien. Look at Aliens, right? Where we start talking about the Marines and stuff. Our Marine Corps looks like that now. Our Marine Corps is taking 3D printers into the world and printing weapons they don't have. So it's like, well, yeah, and think the 1960s predicted that technology, I mean, there was no reason in the world to have a flip phone. I mean, think about it. I don't know how many of you actually had flip phones, but the little thing would just break off. It was worthless. It was the dumbest thing in the world. But Star Trek had friggin' flip phones, and that's what they were shooting for, right? So, science fiction predicts our future. Because the people who were inspired by science fiction tend to be science geeks. And so they're going to work on something that they've seen, right? You got to have something in your head to target. That's why I'm not necessarily optimistic about our society because, no one is going to vote like for taxing the rich, right? Because, oh, I might be rich one day. Literally that people are going out and buying billions of dollars worth of lottery tickets. And what? Oh, someone won $200 million. Who cares? That's not even a tenth of the interest on what these ding dongs are putting into the system. If you took the money you're putting into the damn lottery and you just used it wisely, you'd probably be better off. But the monkey's not smart that way. Yeah, exactly. So you're going to view that as optimism? Yeah, no, exactly. Science fiction progresses technology all the way back to Voltaire. So I mean, it's a proven path. You know, yeah, no, it's. I mean, it's fascinating. And I'm very much excited and interested to see how it comes. Hello, Eric. But it's crazy. I mean, if you think about, I mean, think about Eve Online. All right, so you have these gangs and or groups, and you fly around and you do stuff, and you can work in a market. There are economists that pay attention to the Eve Online market because it is a microcosm of real economies. And, you know, that's a community that actually is a very powerful community. The people who've been playing it, a lot of them playing it 10 years or so. And, it becomes like a friend of ours, it has a, what do you call a corporation in Eve Online. They actually have a DJ. So like he'll play live while they're doing attacking and stuff, and then he also has his Twitch stream. And there are enough people that give him money through Twitch because he's their official DJ that he quit his day job and he is just getting paid. He's getting paid by the members of his corporation, and he's their DJ. I mean, he's making a living off this, and there are a lot of people making actual livings off this stuff. I mean, it's a fascinating thing, and now we're really getting to the point where virtual reality is becoming good enough to um, where it's compelling. You're going to have plenty of people who are going to just completely check out and function in these environments, and so what? Great. It just comes down to how do you get people to be able to pay, their food and rent through these systems. And there are models out there like Eve Online. I mean, hundreds of millions of dollars are spent in the Eve Online economy. It's crazy. Um, yep. He is living proof that you can make a living um, by being a DJ of a group of people who own a bunch of spaceships and mining corporations in Eve Online. Yeah. I was thinking I need to go in and become the virtual jeweler for these groups. But yeah. I'll tell you what, if I could just make digital assets and instead of trying to deal with manufacturing, I'd be a much happier lad. But I mean, everyone here knows someone that would completely check into a virtual world tomorrow. Well, good. I'm glad. Well, you mean that robots that humans can mate with, or robots that mate with one another? I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. I think that science is still a little too scared of uh, self-replicating machinery. I don't think that's going to happen. We may have the technology to do it, but I think things like that are going to be things that because I mean that's a boogeyman from everything. I mean, think about look at Dune, right? I mean Dune is post AI war. And what did they know about AI in 61? It was or 63. When was Dune written? Something like that. That was pure sci-fi. Their computers were like punch cards. There was no AI. They were nowhere near AI. You know, right on. Are you looking at my? Did you just look at my rocking chair? Did you see that on my art station? Or did you really just randomly pull that out of the air? Because that'd be funny. I'll show you my rocking chair. 65. Yeah, and it was something like that. Yeah, no, it's thank you. I appreciate it. I love that chair. It's so awesome. I've got to figure out a way to produce it affordably because right now it's insanely expensive in bronze. Um, but I want to be able to either have it milled out of wood or get a big printer and print it out of resin. But I definitely want one in my living room. It's too much fun. I can't even afford to make the thing for myself. T.S. Wittelsbach. Here. Come on. You're not going to give it to me? For some reason, my little Windows bar refuses to. Art station. I think it's T.S. Wittelsbach. Here he is. Good old rocking chair. It's so cool. I love it. It's so fun. And I have all the lamps that go with it. And there's the Noguchi table. That was cast in bronze. So much fun. I think it was a maintenance update. I don't think it was an addition of new features. I mean, this is the update here. I don't see anything different. I think it was probably just some stability updates. Yeah. Um, and it also has a lot to do with what you have on and off when you're using the knife. Sometimes uh, when you have a few things on and one of them's partially hit, like there's some little things about it that can get weird with the knives, but all in all, I think they're awesome. Without a question, I would use ZBrush. There's nothing else out there like it. There's nothing else that provides you with the capacity to do all of the things you can do. I mean, it's now a grade A manufacturing program. You know, it's obviously a great program for, you know, animation and all of that stuff, but I don't do any of that. I'm a straight manufacturer, and there's nothing out there that's even close. Yeah, it can get a little squirrely sometimes. I'll tell you, hey Kermit, how's it going?
Scratch my back.
Good tool. Oh no. What did you do to get strep throat? Or should I ask? Were you dating surfers again? You have the you have surfer strep? Is that what I'm hearing? Do I have my own channel? I do have my own channel. I just haven't been streaming on it a lot. I started an education platform, and it's taken so much time that um, streaming it's tough. It's a big chunk of time, and as soon as I get to the point where I'm actually sculpting a lot again, I mean, I'm sculpting, but I'm sculpting for videos, and then I have a handful of work. Like most of the freelance work I've been doing is sort of, I can't really show people it until it's done, you know, and launched and stuff. So I haven't been able to stream that. Like I sculpted the stuff for Little Nas X, and I sculpted stuff for SpaceX and things like that. And those are non-disclosure until they do the show. Or do you? No, I don't. We're actually just starting our. Actually, it might be up. Let's see. Let me check. Brush Jewelry Warehouse. Oh yeah. Nope, that's not it. ZBrush Warehouse. Yeah, so we just started a like a little shop, ZBrush Jewelry Warehouse, and right now it only has a couple of things on it. But we're going to. This was sort of a test to make sure it worked. It's been a soft launch, right? We're not really telling people we launched it. And it has, this is from all of us, each of the members of our company, like the partners. Tony made that, I made this, Henry this, and Eric this. So right now we have these 4 things, but one of the things we're doing is our students, well, all this was done in ZBrush. Oh, and learning, that's ZBrush Jewelry Warehouse Workshop. So we have an education platform. So this is our thing. It's a lifetime membership, and we take you from very, very, very beginning to advanced stuff. And it's all tied around jewelry right now, but we're teaching you how to manufacture small objects like miniatures and everything. You know, what we're teaching you is based in jewelry, but it's a incredibly thorough ZBrush education for no matter what you're doing. So yeah, we have classes, ZBrush Jewelry Workshop. Yes, Juan is one of our students. He's awesome. Oh wow. Yeah, that's back in the day when they actually would um, cleave diamonds. That was a stressful situation. Yeah, Juan, we were talking about NFTs again. So it's actually it's even hard to call it a class. It's at your own pace. But every Wednesday I have office hours, so anyone can come in and we could go over a model, we can look at problems, so you have weekly live contact with us, and on Discord, one of us is almost always there, and if not, there's so many people in the community that are there that you can get most things answered quickly just by hopping on the Discord, and then we have over 100 videos in there now, and I've been really slow on my latest production videos because a number of things that happened this year. That we went to our first trade show, and I moved, and there was a bunch of stuff that's happening, so I haven't been as fast on making my videos, but there are tons of videos there, and hopefully by the end of next year we'll have about 250 videos in, and then we're going to start making videos about how to make miniatures and how to make furniture. And so it's not just jewelry, but right now jewelry is the easiest way for us to teach you guys how to make something that's monetizable quickly, because we're trying to teach you how to make money. It's not just here how to make ZBrush, but here what do you do and how do you sell it. And we have a bunch of stuff with businesses, and we're trying to make it where you can get your stuff produced easier. And so it's not just a class, it really is a community and an education platform where and thing is Eric and I are on the beta testing team, so we always know what the new features are, and then so our videos come out with the new features as the launch and stuff. So it's good. And between Eric and I, Eric came up in the VFX world, and I've been in the manufacturing world. And Eric wrote the first manual or the first book on ZBrush, telling people how to use it. So he's been teaching it for I think like 15 years, something like that. And I've been using it 16 years, teaching about 9. So we have a really, really good base of knowledge. I would argue we have more knowledge than most people are ever going to dream of having. We have probably, what is it? I can't add, but like 37 years of experience between the two of us, so it's it's a quality, I think it's a quality education. I mean, that's what I've been trying to do with it. And like I said, it's not just the classes, it's relationships with companies that we're trying to make. And you know yeah, it's good, I think. I mean, I spent a lot of time and energy trying to get it going, so I think we're doing a good thing. We haven't had anyone ask for their money back yet. That's good. Well, that's not officially true. We've had 2 people ask for their money back, but that was because they all of a sudden wound up in very harsh monetary straits because of COVID, and they asked, and we realized, okay, I think we can do this for you guys. But we don't do that a lot because you get a lot of access to models and things like that. And it's just like, yeah, no, of course. I'm here to answer questions. I don't really know how I'm going to resolve this back end, so that's why it's been going sort of back and forth with no real answers here. So how are we doing tonight, everyone? For all of you on YouTube, if you press the subscribe button and the follow button, that really is helpful to us in the algorithm. And also hit the little bell and that'll tell you when we're on. But subscribe. Oh, it's all the assets, brushes, it's everything. We're giving you a bunch of stuff. What do you mean? All you do is change the... So the easiest way for you to get all your quick saves into ZBrush is... Oh, that's so annoying that that doesn't come up. Where are you? And if you go into... If you go into this PC, you go into users, you go into public documents, ZBrush 2020, too many other information things in there. And this is your quick save path. It's just a text document. And you can see I have mine saving on my internal drive. That quick save, so this is the path to my quick save. So you just need to make sure that that path is where all your quick saves are, or just copy and paste them into a new folder. Well, so the class is $1,000, but it's a lifetime membership. But if I were you, I think I would, like, if that's expensive and you can't afford ZBrush, I would use Core for now. We have free videos on Core. I'm not sure where those... Henry will be here in a bit. If you remind me when Henry gets here, he'll give you the links to the Core videos. But there are things that you just can't do in Core that are very instrumental in the manufacturing stuff. So I would say you're probably going to be better off to save up, get ZBrush. You know, you can do it by the month, but I would strongly suggest just buying it, because you're going to have it. You know, that's a lifetime. You know, you're not going to pay for upgrades if you buy it. And then, you know, save up, get the class, and once again, it's a lifetime membership, and that's why it's a little pricey. But we also give you, I mean, a lot of assets and pre-made rings and pre-made bracelets and, you know, all kinds of stuff. And so a lot of those assets, if we just sold them outright, it would be close to that $1,000 no matter what. So, you know, you're getting a lot for that $1,000, but what you're really getting is the community, and it's a pretty good thing. I mean, I like it a great deal. I think that the people are cool, and we have a lot of professionals, and we have a lot of people who are there who can answer your questions, as well as the rings. And if you need a video made, we'll make those videos. You know, I mean, it's a good thing. Yeah. Do you have the link to those videos, Juan, by any freaking nature? I know that Henry has them on his Stream Deck, so he has them pre-programmed in there. I sadly still don't have my Stream Deck reprogrammed since I got a new machine. It's amazing what drops by the side when you're doing other things. So one of the things I've been working on with my new interface, since I have a big monitor, a lot of people can't get all the stuff onto their interface. And what I've been doing is these pop-up menus that are tied to, well, I have it on I use Space Mouse Enterprise, so I have them programmed on buttons here. and their drop-down menus for the menus that are down here in the bottom. So those are all my Dynamesh tools, my ZRemesh tools, my scale tools, mesh integrity and exporting to print, and then dynamics, so dynamic subdivision, all that is the one. This one is all the new features in the latest ZBrush. So this way all the new features are pulled out, and then you can work them into your user interface as you like. And then these are the two plugins I use a lot. So Much Monsters and Easy Remesh. Two great plugins. These are awesome. So I'm going the way of the drop-down menu for people who can't fit all that in their user interface. Yeah. So what kind of printer did you buy? Easy Remesh is based on polygroups, and it remeshes. Here, let me see if I can show you. There's got to be a... It's a retopology tool. Here. Nope, stop. Nope, I don't want to hear you. Come on, skip ad. See if... But it's a very, very good remesh tool. Like, it's remeshing shells and stuff. It's all based on polygroup and masking. And it's just very good. It's a good remesh. It's a very, very good algorithm based on your polygroup. It'll do a couple things that ZRemesher doesn't do. But I mean, for the most part, ZRemesh, you know, I use it pretty uninterruptedly most of the time. Experiment here. We're going to hold down Control, make this our history state, and then that way I'm going to kind of fiddle foot. I didn't have any big planes there because on the original part this was just big and flat because big and flat because there were diamonds set in it, but not setting diamonds in this one. Hey Spice, how's it going, man? Yeah, thanks a lot. If you all haven't seen, Spicer's streams with us as well, and he's very talented. He's a good guy. So yeah, follow Spice. Do you have your? I never know how to do this. Ash is always so good at it. She knows how to get your. Can you post your stream up? Your is it? I don't know what you stream under. I think it's. Is it the dojo or is that just your thingy-mabob? Sorry, I don't know my streaming addresses, so I feel really bad not remembering other people's, but sadly, this is my life. It's tragic in so many ways. Hey man, I suck at this game. I really do. Ash is so good. I don't know what she does. She like hits a button and it just shows up, and I'm like, dude, how do you do that? What 2020 features do I like? Oh my god, there's so many of them. Um, I really find, let's see what we have here. Stage is super helpful, right? Being able to pop between the other two. The bas relief feature is just heaven. It's super, super good. Um, I love the new brushes, the slash brushes and the bevel brushes, the knife brushes, obviously, or the scribe chisel brushes are really cool. Um, and then Bevel Pro's neat. I don't tend to use it a lot because I'm not usually doing hard surfacing enough to make it interesting, but we were making frames with it, so it was pretty darn cool. Interpolate obviously is just awesome. Um, the new masking stuff. Oh, boost mask and dilute mask are nice. The brush noise thing is very cool. I never knew there was a whole noise thing in the brushes, and I actually have been using this a lot now that you can, noise over here, it just applies it to everything, or you had to mask it, where the brush noise allows you to oh, there. The brush noise allows you to brush it on, so that's pretty awesome. This I haven't really played with the double alphas yet. It looks fun. Eric did some cool stuff with it, but I haven't really played with it yet. The align and distribute are awesome. Being able to line things up by edges and stuff. I use it quite a bit. Um, let's see, FBX. I've yet to do the FBX import, but we have a friend who's doing. I met him at the Formlabs ambassador meeting, and he works from a Spanish university, and he does a lot of photogrammetry for like taking photogrammetry of museum things. And so he's going to do a whole series of videos for our education platform that are about photogrammetry. And so that's tying that. Um, oh, the Dynamesh picker, that's actually really helpful. Being able to slide it over and say, I want this amount of resolution, Dynamesh to that resolution. That's super cool. And then uh, these are repeating actions, and so that's cool. So I like a lot of them. I think I probably use the knife tool and some of the bevel brushes the most. But the photogrammetry stuff is looking pretty exciting. It seems really cool. I've never played with photogrammetry. I've always had scanners. So I have a macro lens, and being able to use a macro lens to create photogrammetry is super detailed, right? So I'm really, really looking forward to experimenting with some of that once I get a studio set up down, in LA. Hate when I don't know what am I gonna do. What am I gonna do? Well, I mean, they all transferred from me, so all I can say is you probably put the brushes in the wrong folder. That's gonna be my guess. Did you transfer my brushes to 2022? Nope, we're sculpting tonight. But I mean, if you have any questions or stuff, I'm always willing to answer questions. But uh, oh, okay, they got it wrong. Sorry. Yeah, my bad. I'm glad it doesn't. Usually I'm Pablo, so to be fair, I think we're batting 1,000 now for just getting my name on it. Yeah, no. I've been sculpting one week, critique the next, sculpting, critique. Yeah, exactly right. Here, let's see what. Okay. I'm thinking that this was an interesting idea that didn't work, so let's get rid of it for right now. Yeah, normally I'm Pablo. Yeah, I think so too. Because for a while there, we had a ton of critiques where, I mean, like literally, I had 18, you know, beef. We had like 15 waiting in line. And then I took a week off because I had to go to the trade show. And then I came back and then no one was waiting for critiques. It was so funny. It was like, all right, you're not going to do it every week. We want nothing to do with you. So I wasn't getting enough to really do it, you know, every week. I was just sitting there at the end of the night going, all right, what are we going to do? So I need to get some sculpting done. So here we go. Like I said, got to get this ready for our little NFT thing. I can show what is going on with that. It does not like that at all, though. Come on. Oh yeah, no, I love my Space Mouse. No, Space Mouse was great. And I have all my menus. You know, I can bring these up and all my buttons. He's good. It's not setting level right. Oh, there we go. All right. So what are we talking about next? Yeah. It's always funny. I always like, you know, being forced to look at what I'm working on in a different way because, you know, you set your mind, your mind sort of sets itself up and it's like, okay, we are playing tennis. We're playing tennis today. It's tennis. And then someone goes and it's like, well, you know, actually you're doing that with a football. And you're like, oh, hey, there he is. Mm. This cap straw is too short, so I have like that much water in the bottom of it. They didn't work with ZBrush until 2021 was the first time that it uh, integrated with ZBrush. So it's still a very new actual integration. Getting drunk. Well, you don't necessarily need to grab them from ZBJW. They're in your, well, your plugins, your brushes, and your materials, right? How do you zoom in and do more floating camera? You mean this? Face mouse. It's a knob. that moves it in and out, up and down, rotates it, and then you have the whole batch of buttons that you can assign. Space Mouse. I use clay tubes for everything. Clay tubes, SK Twist Roll or SK Twist. I use a lot. SK Clay Fill. I use planers a lot. But yeah, for the most part, SK Twist. Like if I could only use 3 brushes, SK Twist, clay tubes, and then probably one of the crack brushes, like orb cracks or slashers. This is a good one though. These are the slash brushes are super neat. I like them. Oh no, that's be. Oh, I moved my buttons. That's not right. Yeah, yeah, I like them a lot. Hey, Faith. The interpolate's pretty cool. I have to admit that I like interpolate. That's rough. Where you can only use spiral brush. But you have to have something to be able to push something around. It's like move and spiral brush, maybe. I don't think spiral brush, I mean, everything's going to look exactly the same. Because you'd have to be able to use like move or something like that and spiral brush. Is my camera in focus? It's hard to tell. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Gotta come up with something here. Okay, good. It's weird. I have really good internet connection, but sometimes when I'm looking at my own stream, I it it seems blurry. All right. Must be clever. That would be horrible. Only use standard brush. Why would you ever do something? Yeah. So Henry, we're redoing this because this is going to be the thing that David wants to do the NFT with. I need to fix my mic in Discord. Oh. Is that why I can't hear anyone in Discord?
You might be able to hear YouTube. Oh, you're muted.
That would have something to do with it, wouldn't it? Oh, wait a minute. I just unmuted myself and now I can hear you. Hold on. You're right. I need to change it to Where are you? There you are. No, we need this to be Cintiq. Well, I just muted myself and it switched it over to the normal. So, okay, there we go. Now, I need to... No, can you hear me? Talk, Henry. Say something, Henry.
Me
There you go.
talking doesn't help me hear you. You can hear me.
I can hear you. Can you not hear me?
I can't hear you. I can only hear you through the stream, which is going to be a crazy delay.
Hold on, hold on. Hello, hello, hello. It says you should be picking me up. Oop. So can you hear me now?
No.
I just switched it to the mic. Is it because OBS and this have the same input, maybe?
No, microphones can go off of 2 inputs.
Well, when I'm doing my... So we have this, right? And now when I go, let's check. See, it says that I'm checking. It's check. It's there. And see, that says that's my Scarlet, right? So that's going...
Turn off push to talk.
How's that? Can you hear me now?
There you go.
What is push to talk? What do you have to push to talk?
That means you have to hold down some button.
Do we know what that button is?
No, but you're not going to want to push it down every single time you have to talk.
No, no, no. I know. I'm just... Oh, I see. There is no keybind yet. All right. Well, that explains a lot.
Yep.
Okay. So now can everyone hear me and you hear me and us hear you? Woo!
And is there a crazy echo every time I talk?
Not for me.
No, it wouldn't be for you. It'd be for everyone else.
Why am my thing turned off? Wafafa, it's a joy. Have a lovely evening. Sleep well. All right, so everyone can hear me? Yay, team. Man, it's raining again out there. We're getting a lot of rain.
It's been a rainy season. It's been raining here for a long time, too.
Yeah, it's crazy. So I guess next Monday we stream again. That's the last stream of the month, right?
Yes.
And then I am going to take at least 2 weeks off.
Yep.
And I will have everything packed by next Monday. Except the studio, right? And then I have to go, I think I'll go to Seattle. And I will visit and say goodbye to Shinya and everybody. I will pick the moving truck up there. And I will pick my mill up.
Oh.
Yeah.
Interesting. What kind of mill do you have?
Evariva.
Ooh.
And so I'll pick that up. It has some electrical issues, but I can find someone to look. I think the plug's just crushed, honestly, because it was working and now the plug's crushed and it's not working.
Yeah, that tracks.
That's right. That, I mean, to me, that seems like it's a pretty obvious gesture. But we just need to get someone to look at it, and I'm sure in LA I can find someone to look at it. And then I've got to stop by Windlock and pick up my big green egg, because there's no way I'm going to have a backyard in Southern California and not have my grill. That doesn't even make sense to me.
No.
And then stop by Portland and throw the rest of my stuff in the truck and then hit the road.
Whoop, whoop.
Yeah. And I wish I had a truck. Renting a moving truck cost a fortune.
But you don't get it as much as you'd think into a normal truck.
No, I meant I wish I had a stolen U-Haul is what I was really going with there. Yeah, no. Well,
you don't have a house full of stuff like I do.
Oh no,
It's a lot of trips to move for me.
Oh no, I purged everything. You know, I really could probably fit it in the small one, but you know, I have desks and stuff, so it's just easier that I can get everything easily into that 15-foot truck.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, to the point where I'm just throwing things flat on the ground so it doesn't all just slide around. Yeah, I'm a big green egg geek. I love it. It is the greatest cooking utensil in the world. Love it. Well, Carmeet, you're going to be a neighbor. You can always come up and grill. I will invite you to come grill. You're just not allowed to bring any of your weird surfers. There are people who don't know what a big green egg is? Is that what I'm saying? Oh my god, it's the greatest thing in the world. They're Komodo ovens. They're so good. Okay, good. No more surfers. What I really want to do is I want an epic surf skate or surf ski, I think they're called. It's a kayak. It's just an open kayak. Because I'll kayak. I like kayaking. And that way I can not be fat and not destroy my knees and ankles. And then I can walk on the beach for that stuff. But since I live near a beach, I see an ocean kayak in my future. Actually, we're a little above the poop. So the Oxnard beaches have actually done really well, except for the one that's right at the mouth of the harbor. I guess it's like one of the worst in California. It's so bad. It's great. It's like all of the Ventura beaches are above 90, 95% of the days tested were well below, you know, the contaminant level. But then if you go to the beach that's right there where the marina spills out into the ocean, that is just horrible. I guess it's like bad. So what that's tossed us is don't live at the small channel where everyone poops and dumps oil into the water around their boats. That's what I've learned. Outside of Portland, but I'm moving to Oxnard Shores, so Southern California. Ventura. Oh yeah, no. It's LA. I mean, to take the train downtown, either for the express is 50 minutes and the normal one's like an hour and 40 minutes. So, you know, and that's roughly the drive. Well, at 2 a.m., that's roughly the drive. That could be a 3 to 4 hour. It probably could be a 6-hour drive depending on the day. But I'll just take the train downtown because we're taking over the ground floor of a building in the jewelry district. And it's 8,500 square feet. We're going to try to turn it into sort of a destination showroom sort of thing. And yeah. So I'll work probably a week in LA and then go back to Ventura and relax and work at my studio there and then come back down and do all my social stuff for a week and then go back to Ventura and relax and do my beach stuff and hang out and work at home and then go down there and do a week, or so that's sort of the plan. In Burbank? Oh yeah. Or is it, I'm assuming that's Burbank, right? I don't know where Birnbaum is. Yeah, Eric, our other business partner, lives in. I always mess this one up, boys. Where does he live in Echo Park, or does he live in? He lives in Echo Park, right? Or is,
Ooh. I don't keep tabs on y'all.
yeah, says you. I know where you were, creeper. You can't lie to me. You know all about us. You have a satellite. I know you. Because I'm a world renowned problem. He's like, don't say that.
You are a problem.
I know, without a doubt. It's awesome. Eagle Rock, thank you. Damn it, I knew it wasn't that one. I always say the wrong thing and he gets aggro at me because it's not nice. I said Echo Park. He was like, it's not Echo Park. I'm like, sorry. You're right. Eagle Rock and Echo Park are very, very different places. Eagle Rock has a lake. Right? You live in Silver Lake. We had a very good, lively conversation going about NFTs and other things. And now no one's here and no one's talking. What the hell? Well, this is the part that David wants to do the first NFT test with.
Mm-hmm.
And so we were talking about that. And of course, proof of stake versus proof of work, and that always comes up.
Yeah.
But it's confusing.
It is confusing.
And it's confusing because right now it seems to be an utterly ridiculous and worthless thing, that seems to have a lot of value. Hey, holy moly. There's a whole lot going on there, buddy. But we've had a couple people who do NFTs were talking, so it was interesting.
Cool. Yeah, we have much to learn.
Much to learn.
Especially how to do it ethically, etc., etc.
Yeah. Well, like I said, my real goal is to try to figure out how to make it provenance papers,
Mm-hmm.
And so that means, how do we get people who are not part of the cryptocurrency market to be able to use NFTs as proof of, well, provenance, proof of purchase, proof of creation. What is this? This is a ring. This is only half the ring because I want to work in really high res, and it's just easier to make it, I still have another, it's like a 75 million poly subtool, but I'm just working on half of it right now. And then I can flip it and reproject it to this side. Cleaning up some of the gear stuff that was a little messy. Well, here, I'll show you what it looks like. It's just I'm not going to do so many stones in it. So I had to figure out something to feel up. Gotta feel it up. This is the mod. So you can see the original part had a lot of diamonds in it. And see how that's just an open space for diamonds. So I had to come up with something to fill that area in, so it's not just this big flat open space. This is one of my favorite ones. With the stones in it and stuff, it looks so cool. I like it. I like it.
Does Jim have the original?
I think it might have, one of them, I think the original might have gotten stolen.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I could be wrong about that. I can't remember. Was it this? No. Yes, this one's still there. I know that we made one with different colored stones in it for someone.
Mm-hmm.
But the original one is still there. They've sold a couple of them in different formats. I think this one. X. I think this one got stolen, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, yeah.
Look at Daniel. He's so pretty. He's a photographer. Daniel Zetterstrom.
Pictures of himself.
And jewelry. So see, this is what they all look like in metal. I love this guy. He's one of my favorites. He's a cool character. He runs around looking mopey, and then he like pulls the horn out of his head, and it's like a lightsaber of joy. It's really kind of cool.
Nice.
Let's see if we can find a wood block of him. He's great. And he pulls it out of his head, and it's like this glowing lighty thing, and he's actually a pretty good guy. He looks like a weirdo, but surprised there aren't any illustrations of him, you know. Oh well. He's a good one. I like him a lot. Shishiguchi's awesome. Song Kojo, I like him. He's like a little crabby old. Not the best kappa in the world, which is really sad, because I love me a kappa. It's hard to do kappa. So that's supposed to be a pool of water, but when you only have half of it, like it's hard to put bristly hair and a pool of water in his head and have half the ring gone and make it understandable. But the kappa is not that bad, but because it's fat, you don't get the weird froggy shape, you know, like a frog duck.
I was working on all the no mask rings earlier today. Getting them ready for Tony.
Cool.
I think the only one I'm going to ask you to do some work on is, hang on.
Kappa like pickles. I like pickles. Thus, I am a kappa.
Kaku Senin? Kaku Senin?
Is that the?
Let me see what that's called on.
Yeah, that's the one that I was just talking about. The one with the horn.
Oh yeah. Then I think he has hair on top that is very cut in.
Yeah.
And I think it could be better.
And it's also perfectly symmetrical.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because he's too good not to do.
All the rest of them are good.
Yeah, he's too good not to.
Yeah. So after you get all moved in and whatnot, I'm going to ask you to do some alterations on that. And
Cool.
then we'll get it listed.
I know, right? So this one is one that I want to work on and try to figure out how to do it. Where is he? So this guy, where is he? Yeah. Yakin's a little weird. The horn should be bigger, you know? I might want to work on him a little. He's pretty close, but no. Oh wow, did we not actually put him out? Interesting. Well, maybe we didn't even put him out. There's one that has holes in its face. It's almost like he almost looks like this guy, except there are holes in his eyebrows and holes his mouth. It looks like a mouth with or a mask with an articulated jaw. And he's supposed to have brush, like straw brush eyebrows, you know? They're like stiff. Mm-hmm. And I just left the holes because we were going to do something with him and it never happened. And man, look at how over polished that is. And we really polished the Hajibas out of some of these.
Yeah. But this one you did the hair like you currently do.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look at that hair. It's horrible. The horns are horrible.
This one I haven't found the model for yet. I found 8 of them.
Yeah, there's another series of 8.
Mm-hmm.
I like him. He'd be great with gold eyes.
Yeah.
So I have a bunch of these where they're hollowed out in the back, where I was milling the the mammoth ivory, so they'd have ivory teeth.
Oh.
And then do them with gold details.
Yeah.
I think that would be cool for a couple of them.
Yeah. Well, and then, so I think we're probably going to, over time, do a couple series of these. The very first ones, you've got the backs hollowed out so that you could, like, laser the names in later.
No. I have all of they're full set galleries. They're galleries that are the names.
Yeah. But I think we're going to skip the galleries on
everybody skips the galleries. Yeah.
Well, because Rio, won't produce that for us yet. I mean, unless we just booleaned it onto the model and they don't mind the big hollow area, picking investment out of it.
No.
Yeah. So we're going to skip them for now, and then we'll do a better version later when we get our own little shop.
Yeah, because I think like this one, think about if that were actual mammoth ivory and then the teeth are mammoth ivory.
Yeah.
The little little pupils in gold, or maybe mammoth ivory.
Mm-hmm.
The milled mammoth ivory is awesome. It actually looked great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll be a collector's edition.
Yeah, no, without a doubt. And just because they were rings, they all wound up very square-faced. This is your favorite. This is a good one. Got over polished too. Tony has a Striga that's like a size 16. It weighs like 3 ounces of silver. It's just it's ridiculous. Tanya's always good. Good stuff. Boop, boop. So does anyone have any questions or anything while we're sitting around here?
Yes.
What?
Is there a way to choose a specific poly G color instead of spamming group? I don't know what that means.
You mean you want to pick your own polygroup color? All right. So there is a way, and I can never get it to work. If you're doing it within ZModeler, it's really easy. But I mean, like often, here, let's turn our polygroups on. Let's turn our line off. You know, let's say we're doing this and I want to make a polygroup mask. And I make my polygroup. And I go Control W. And if that's not the thing, usually I'll just do Control Z undo and then go Control W again, and it should give you a different color, right? Undo, Control W. I find that's just the easiest, fastest way of doing it. You know, within ZModeler, you can do it, and then you hold down the button, tap it, and tap it again, and tap it. But I think that's only for low polys. I thought there was a way to do it like out here like this, but I could never get it to work. So this is just the way that I do it. I just mask it. If it's a color that's too close or it's not contrasting enough, I just undo, tap, undo, tap, undo, tap. And they just, you know, you just go through it. Does that help? But as far as like actually picking one, no, they just come up randomly and next. Yeah, Rio's control. I showed him the store. I know it's a soft launch. Everybody, we're going to officially launch, but yeah. Well, they're just starting to do the casting stuff. It's something that we've sort of beat them into trying to do.
Yeah, and Tony, one of our business partners, one of the 4 owners of our teaching platform, is the person who helped them set up their casting shop. So they extended us and all of the ZBJW members the opportunity to have their pieces cast with them.
But it's something they're trying to do on.
Yeah, eventually it'll be a public service.
Yeah. Wasn't that what I just did, Nod? Well, I guess you can't. Sure. I guess you could just hit Control W again. Good point. Oh no. Oh, I see what you mean. Do you mean? Hold on. All right. So we flip, hide part. No, sorry. I flipped it. Stop it. Undo. Flip. You've isolated your area. Hide part. And then you can just hit Control W as many times as you want until you get it there. That's very true.
What they're saying is they don't want to press Control W over and over.
They don't want to do that? Well, then you're not going to change your colors.
They want to pick the color.
Yeah, so, well, you know, and I want, you know, $1 billion and fly to moon. No, there's no menu that'll drop down where you can do it. You have to do it the Control W, you know, until you hit something you want. But no, you cannot pick colors specifically. In Lightbox, what are we talking?
Where do you put your like ZTLs for things?
Under Tools. So you come in here, Tools, right? I have my jewelry tools, and then this is where I have all the jewelry stuff is sitting in there. Under Tool. because that's tools. ZTLs, that's a folder for
So the folder in your computer that you're looking for is you go to the ZBrush 2022 installation and put it in the Z Tools folder. So we like having a jewelry folder in there, and then we put our jewelry accessories.
Go ahead and hit Control W. Yeah. Alrighty. Cast myself so all the questions with my ZBrush model. Oh, you have the newest Solidscape. It's a fantastic printer. You just have to keep it running or it freaks out. I'm a huge fan of Solidscape. I think they produce just the most producible models you can make. But if you're not, using it all day, every day, your poor printer's going to blow up and die. I guess, they've improved some of that with the, the new heated lines and stuff, but it's still, it does not like to be turned on and then turned off, sit for a few days, turned on and used, and then turned it. It does not like. Brian, are you? Oh, there we go. We're not doing crits tonight. It's every other week now. I'm sorry. I know that we don't have the screen changed. That's my bad. I've been a little distracted trying to think about my move, so I haven't been doing a ton of the pre-planning stuff that we normally get to. And Henry has been going to a class, so our pre-work hasn't been really diligent. If you have any general questions, I'll always take questions, but just post it next Monday and we'll get to it. Actually, put it in there now, and then you're in order for next week. Was that what I was supposed to say?
Yep. Right. Okay, I'm going to change the title of the stream. Hopefully this works. I'm going to say T.S. Wittelsbach does a sculpting on jewelry. ZBrush 2022.
Does a sculpting on jewelry?
He does the sculpting on jewelry.
It's really good English.
Bam.
He does the sculpting on the jewelry. Did it work?
Let me reload. We'll see. No.
Tommaso doesn't do a sculpting on the jewelry.
No. For some reason, that command just does not work anymore.
It's probably just permissions. Because didn't Ash say she tried to do it and it didn't work for her either?
It did work. Nightbot complains about it, but it did work. Maybe it takes a minute or something.
Or is it something that I need to do?
You could try it.
I mean, do you and I have different permissions? No, you're a verified moderator.
Yeah.
No, I mean, we have no difference of permission.
Yeah, whatever.
So what do I type in?
Here, I'll paste it to you in private message on Discord. I would say feel free to change it to whatever you want, but you're going to spell something wrong and you're going to have cap locks on.
You're right, without a question. I sent a message to Kyle earlier. It was all cap lock. I'm like, I'm just so stressed out. Hold on. Private message. Okay. Control. Copy. Paste. Did you misspell sculpting? No. Yeah, it rejected mine too. All right. All right. Actually, this piece is going to be digital first. I don't know if he has, well, I'm sure he has plans to make it the physical one, but I think this is just going to be our test NFT.
Mm-hmm.
I guess the guy who we're doing this with is he's the guy that I need to talk to about how we could develop a way that someone doesn't necessarily have to be neck deep in blockchain to use it, so it can be used as a provenance record. Provenance. Yeah. It's that darn cat and weather.
Would you call Alligator Jesus outsourcing?
You mean, well, no. I mean, he's going to be a business partner.
Yeah, I don't know if I think of him as outsourcing.
No, he's a business partner. We will be developing a cross-branded brand. Hey, all right, Juan. So now are you going to actually come in and converse with us? Since Henry is so talkative all the time, you know, he's very crowd pleasing.
It's my MO, really.
No, I'm not saying it's different.
If there's one thing people always say about me, it's Scotty's talkative.
Yeah.
How are you guys?
Woo!
Hello, Henry. How are you?
You're gonna have to turn your volume up there, Sparky.
Oh, I had the mic too far. There you go. What about now? Better?
That's better.
There you go.
Oh my god, I don't even know. I mean, I don't know what you have on your computer. I mean, you know, there's a video that tells you where all those assets are.
Yeah, I wonder why ZBrush does that instead of having just one scene starter every time.
Well, with the upgrades, a lot of the times it's a literal upgrade. It's not just changing the program you have. It's really a different program, and that's why you have to install it from ground zero. But like this upgrade, all you had to do was go into Z Upgrader and it would do it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm doing it right now.
Yeah.
Did you saw that your art is in the installer or the upgrader file once you run it?
Yeah. Okay. So where did you run the upgrader from, Carmine? Okay, you're not you. You did. Oh, not from 2021 to 2020. No. You're right. No, the upgrader work because that's a different program, right? So you have to reinstall completely to get 2022. from 2021. But if you have 2022 loaded, you can go to the upgrader and not the one inside the program. You have to use the one that is inside the program folder under programs. Make sense?
There's no way that made sense to anyone. No
What?
chance.
What do you mean? That was very clear.
No chance.
Oh, well, that's why the upgrader didn't work.
Yeah. They changed some core file system structure stuff. So they couldn't just have it be an upgrade. It needed to be a new full install. So everyone has to download the
2022.
the installer from the Pixel website. But now that you have 2022, you should run the Z upgrader in the 2022 install to get 2022.0.1.
That'll never make any sense at all. I don't understand. All right, fine. Hey, stubborn funky donkey, you go, bad boy. Kermit, are you gonna make me cry? Yeah, it's hard to cast on your own when you're actually trying to do production stuff.
Yeah, if you're already good at casting, it's easy to go from ZBrush to casting your own parts. But if you are new to jewelry in general, then don't try and do casting on your own yet.
No. Worry
It-
about
it-
being a good designer before you worry about being a good caster, because they're completely different jobs.
Yeah. And learning to cast takes so much time. And even if you get all the equipment that you need for free, it's still going to take so long to learn how to do it well.
How come all the YouTubers make it look so easy? Yeah.
Man, I
Well-
don't know.
Well, and a lot of that, I mean, I'm not trying to be a turd about it, but a lot of that is hobby stuff
Mhm.
where, you know, you might, yeah, but I'm just going to say this, Darren. You say you just purchased a SolidScape printer. You can't tell me that you never did printing or jewelry before. Okay. All right. See, thank you. You're not new to it. Don't give me that. You're not the, oh no, I didn't know anyone in Hollywood and I was sitting at a bus stop and I became Marilyn Monroe. No, you didn't. That does not happen. That's not true. Lived in Hollywood. That ain't it. See, okay, I'm just saying.
See you sculpting again.
What's that?
But it's nice to see you sculpting again.
I know. I don't stream it much anymore. That will change. That will change. Because all this wacky social media stuff has got I gotta start doing it. Oh, you said you bought a Frozen 8K. That's a good one to get. I kind of want one.
Juan, is that the one you got?
Yeah.
Yes, but I got the Mega, so the big printing size. I'm not sure if he's referring to the upcoming one, which is the mini one.
Oh, yeah. That releases in January, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's what they say. Let's aim for June.
Yeah, filling that one with castable resin would cost
A lot.
just a fortune.
Well, now I'm wondering with those Siraya Tech, which are half the price.
Yeah,
I don't know. See how
yeah,
it
if it
goes.
casts well.
Which one is it?
Siraya.
There we go.
Uh-huh.
Siraya. There is no
Siraya.
way to say that any better. Siraya.
Right,
Jeff did a
right.
video about it.
Is that new?
Yes.
That's pretty new. Now, the problem that I noticed with that resin is that it's on and off the market. So when it's in Amazon, buy as many as you can, because then you won't see it for a few months.
Well, that's no good.
Yeah, yeah.
And are they claiming that it does high res?
Geoff is. He got some pretty good results with it.
Did he?
Yeah.
What was he printing?
I don't remember what he did in that video. Let me see.
How much is the printer?
Any printer. Well, except for a Form 3.
What's that?
It goes in any printer.
Oh, you're just talking about resin.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about I thought you were talking about a new printer.
Well, yeah, we started there. I have a Frozen Mega 8K.
Yo, no. I thought you were saying the Tiaga or whatever was a printer. Not.
No. Siraya, that's just the resin.
Hollywood is an interesting place. Thing is that, you know, in a lot of ways, I really love Hollywood and Los Angeles because honestly, if you can't find it, make it, buy it, get it there, if you can't make money in LA, you're just not trying. It's just, there's so much money there that just crazy projects happening all the time. People are doing stuff all the time. So it's fabulous for that. It's just, you know, I got involved with gangs and all kinds of other weird stuff, and it became a living hell. And working in Hollywood is great, but it gets really rough when you're at the top because then people will do anything in their power to drag you down. And it's just like, you know, I've been working with you for 12 years and you're going to pull crap like that on me. And yeah, they will. And so that was I'm pulling the ripcord and leaving sort of world. But no, it's, you know, there are great projects and great people, and there's a lot going on there. I kind of swore I wasn't going to go back, but they keep dragging me back in. Isn't that the great everlasting quote?
You'll just have to go back to the beach when you start to feel corrupted.
Well, the beauty is I'll be living at the breach and I can just go get corrupted on the weekends. Or midweek, whatever.
If you get willingly corrupted, that's different than getting sucked into corruption.
That's very true.
Yeah.
Very true. And like I said, I did you know me, you know for a fact I did my poop scan on the beaches. I was like, okay, am I going to be able to walk by the beach? And supposedly the beaches are very good. Unless you walk a little bit farther down to the mouth of the marina, and then it's really bad. And I guess the worst beach is called Kitty Beach. Nice. Here, get lead poisoning at Kitty Beach. Meet George Jetson. He has 3 arms. He drank lead as a kid. And science can't help him.
I think the antibiotics are making you funnier.
Yeah, I took my anti-poo water shot, so I'm a little weird.
You're gonna have to get one of those full wetsuits so that it doesn't touch you.
Yeah. Oh no. No. Without a question. No. So
The little feet. You have to get the little feet.
right, little booties. So for those of you who aren't familiar with my poo water experience, so I was moving to Los Angeles to go to college. I went to Cal Arts, and I'm flying into LA, and we fly around the outside edge, and we come back into land. And the beach, as far as the eye can see, probably maybe 50 feet to 100 feet away from the beach, it's just hot pink as far as the eye can see. And I was like, what is going on? Someone pink dyed the beaches? It's like, what's that even mean? And I wonder if I can even find a picture. Die?
You're like the only one that remembers this.
Oh no, here we go. Here we go.
Like digging into the news archives.
I am totally. So see, the water's pink.
Traumatized by this.
And that's 2015. They did it again since I was there. So see, from a plane, you can see these big pink things. This was all the way down the beach. And what that is that is a thing that they put in the water to see if there's poo in it. And it reacts to feces. Think about that for a minute. Just looky there. Yeah, I'm going to the beach. Not. And so that was the first day I flew into LA, and I wouldn't touch the beach. I think I went in for the 20 years that I lived in LA. I think I might have gone into the water 3 times, 4 times because of that. And I'm a beach person. I love the water. Nope. I'm also a germaphobe. I was like, oh hell no, not happening. Yeah.
Or did they actually clean it up after they detected it?
Well, to be fair, it's not going all the way down the beach. Ugh. Oh my god, just so gross. I almost died. My germaphobe just freaked the hell out. I was like, nope, not going to the beach. We'd all go to the beach. I'd sit there, my big hat, my lungs. I was like, not happening. Yeah.
Okay, but that also includes fishes.
No.
So no,
Human
it's just
feces.
Humans.
Yep.
Just humans.
Yeah. Yeah. The sewage plant sort of blew out, and they were like, oh, well, we wonder how bad it is. Oops. Maybe we really didn't want to know that.
Did they want to know to clean it up, or was it just purely informational?
Yeah, I don't think there's a way to clean it up once it's there. You know, I mean, it's sort of like,
Point, just, ignorance is bliss if they're not going to clean it up.
right? Well, and that's why all the surfers, like for a long time in the late 80s, early 90s, there was called surfer syndrome, and they were just getting like these huge boils and sores. It's like, yeah, you're swimming in poo every day. Get in there. Yeah. Yeah, no. Just say no. But I looked up the beaches that I'm living on, and they actually are some of the highest rated beaches in California, and they're good.
Well, ours are pretty clean now from the oil. Like other people, I've gone down. I don't see any cleaning it
No
up.
one peed in the water because there was oil in it. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, I don't see anymore, and they've been testing it, so they reopened everything.
Did they clean the oil up, or did they just...
They did. They've been cleaning it up. It's like, at least in Laguna, but
Yeah.
I mean, Huntington is it's always nasty in Huntington. You look off the coast and you see all those oil rigs and big
Yep.
ships. I mean, it's like, it was just waiting to happen.
Yeah, I'll never forget. We were we had gone to see oh my god, I can't even think her. Uh, can't think of her. Joni Mitchell. No, Joni Mitchell's tore down a parking lot. Um, oh Superman, oh Joe. Oh my god, I can't think of. Wow, just went blank on me. Oh well, never mind. Not a good story. She sings a song, and one of the lines of the song is, "Oh, the satellites are out tonight." And we were driving up the coast, and we were, yeah, in a polluted mind state, and all of the all of the oil rigs and stuff. It looked like, because you're looking out on the black ocean. I was like, oh my god, look, the satellites are out tonight. And we are just like, yeah, giggling. It was a good state. But I think Ventura did a really, they tried to put a crackdown on a lot of that. But the marina, so it's really funny. Here, I'll show you. Let's, come on, give me Google Maps. So this is Oxnard Shores. And so these beaches right here were the best. And then you come down here, and these get a little worse. But it's this beach right here that is one of the most polluted beaches in Southern California. And it wouldn't happen to be because, oh look, these are hundreds and hundreds of boats, and they're all just pumping poo and oil and crap all into the water. It's just like, this channel is really, don't swim in it. It's bad, very bad. Right here, very bad. Up here, really, really good, because it goes straight out of here and it goes loop and right down into San Diego. Head south. Yay, team. Yep, that's where I'm going to be moving to. Ba-doo, ba-doo, ba-doo. Look at that, right by the beach. Kayaking. Look, you could kayak out to the islands.
Don't give out your exact address, which I know you're about to do.
I didn't give out my exact address. You have to guess. Yeah. Well, no one will come to my house with malice. Well, they won't leave my house with malice, that's for sure. Come visit. I have a big green egg. So funny. Okay, everybody, give me a second. I gotta replace my water, and I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back. Oh. Okay. Right back. Juan, tap dance.
Yes.
Keep them entertained. T.
Kermit, what are you working on?
Pasa.
Kermit, what are you working on ZBrush for at the moment?
I'm working on a flower earring. But I got sick this week, so I'm just like really loopy from the antibiotics. That's why he's cracking me.
Oh, well. enjoy the ride.
What are you working on?
I'm still working on a ring with two skulls. I've been working on it for a little while. I'm getting close. I'm getting close to completion.
You're
I'm
done. Like that's
yeah
my problem. I like never really know when it's done.
yeah. I start going nuts with the details and revisiting some of the parts and rethinking left and right. So
Where do
yeah,
you live?
Canada,
Uh,
Canada,
which
but
which
the accent
side?
is the accent is from Mexico, Calgary, to be precise.
Oh, where you had the Olympics.
Yeah, in 80 something, a few weeks ago.
That's what I know of Calgary.
Yeah, fun city, super country.
Is it really cold right now?
No, we had a awesome winter so far. We got a little bit of snow um, a month ago. That's about it. Um,
Wow.
yeah, thanks global warming. But mind you, last year, God, we got like 35 centimeters of snow in one night. So yeah, we got a lot of snow.
Are you near Chicago? What U.S. city are you on top of?
What's up?
What U.S. city are you on top of?
Montana will be my border.
Oh, okay.
What about you? Which part of the states are you?
I'm in Southern California. I'm in Laguna Beach.
Okay.
South. It's south of LA.
So how far would you be from Thomas?
I think it's still a few hours.
Okay.
I'm closer to. So I'm like an hour from. I'm an hour south of LA,
Hmm.
and I think he's like 2 hours north, or I think he's 2 hours from LA. So nothing's that close here. Everything's like an hour drive,
Hmm.
really. Even when something's nearby, it's still an hour.
Hmm. Yeah. Well, I think Canada has the same population as just California. So
I know. Canada just seems so nice and peaceful, and everybody gets along.
it is. It is. I gotta say that I'm a happy camper.
But we don't have really cold winters here. We don't really have seasons here. That's what I miss.
Oh, here's the opposite. We have a winter and construction season when they're fixing all the roads. But yeah, we go for a nice summer and suddenly we start getting just snow nonstop.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
So so you get to spend a lot of time sculpting indoors while it's cold outside.
Yeah, exactly. I do try to go out for snowboarding. Um,
Oh yeah.
it is a lot of fun. It's not cheap. It is a lot of fun.
Are you far from Vancouver?
Yes, 12 hours driving.
Oh wow.
And right now there is no way how to go to Vancouver. They got flooded, so the entire province is pretty much shut down. Even if you wanna get a gas for your car, it's just for essential driving.
Oh wow.
Yes, some towns they just got buried, and yeah, they're having a hard time right now. So your piece, are you casting it on silver?
I think I'm gonna do silver, and then I think I'm gonna get it plated. I want to see what it looks like in yellow,
Hmm.
but I need to find someone to. I don't know. I need to finish it. It's like I get kind of stuck.
All right.
I'll post a picture on Discord.
Yeah, for sure. Let's check it out.
Or for the next critique.
Fluids. There. On. Mm. Wow, look, it looks like we gained some people. Somebody was tap dancing hard and fast.
Oh yeah. I put my link of my on my page, only Juan's.
Yeah, you made me snort. That was funny. Where's my glove? Glove. I wonder what I did with that. Luckily, I have a lot of them.
You probably leave them all over your house, don't you?
I do. They're everywhere. Yeah, no.
Or in the bathroom.
No, they're all. Well, I take them
What
off
will they be
before I
doing?
get in the bathroom. There's actually a little pile of them on the pile of boxes over there where I'm like, okay, you're not wearing that in here.
Oh god.
Do you ever wash your hands with them all?
I have washed my hands with them on, yes. Oops, Silver's been climbing. That's not good.
All right, I'm gonna mute myself now because I'm getting a little distracting.
You're not distracting. What are you talking about? You're allowed to talk. That's why we have microphones.
Before Henry yells at me.
Were you saying stuff that I shouldn't know about while I was gone? Is that what this is going?
Oh,
No.
it was a very PC conversation about Calgary. How can you say anything bad about Canada?
Oh well. Let me start.
Uh-oh. And there it goes.
Yes.
Womp womp. Tomas is never invited to Canada again because one unleashes.
You want to hear a funny fact about Mexico? An artist can go to Mexico and say and do everything, but comment about politics. That's the only way how they kick you out of the country.
I believe that.
So you go there, shake hands, kiss babies. If they ask you your opinion, you just have no opinion.
Bananas.
Yeah, exactly.
You're what? Yep, bananas. That's what I think about it. Well, I thought it was all cool until you just decided to take my house. That's politics. It's like, bananas! Hey, Ash, there she is. I was just talking about what a good streamer you were. Because you actually can, like, find the links. Spicer was on earlier, and I was like, I don't remember how to post your link on anything. I'm like, I don't know nothing. Sorry, I suck at this game. Ash makes me look bad every time I go in public. So for those of you who might not know who Ashley is, Ash streams under A Cubed, and she is a badass. She's one of my favorite people out there. An incredibly talented woman, great ZBrusher, funny, and she really, really, really likes to stomp on bread. I don't know what happened, don't know where it comes from, but she's a bread stomper. Hello, sir. How are you? You're a great streamer. You get a lot of people involved on your stream. People love to heckle you about Blender. You get a lot of Blender fans. I don't know. We don't get too many Blender hecklers anymore. Scarbeat's like, He's like, why don't you use Blender?
I just was trying to think of all your past. Henry's doing a good job of keeping away the trolls.
Oh, I know. Henry's good at, like, see, Ash, you need to just convince you just need to convince Henry to come in and kick Blender trolls off your site too.
The Russian trolls.
Oh, yeah, the teen Russian boy troll. I got quite a few of them. I don't know what it was about teen Russian boys there for a while who they really griefed me a lot.
You kept responding.
Well, I know they stomped on your bread. Bread stomping bastards. Yeah, right. No, Blender's the answer to everyone's problems, it seems. Yeah, no, I did get a bunch of. You're right. There was it was like the two guys that were like basically the same guy, and they always heckled me. I forgot about them. I think one of those was the guy who sent me a picture of him knocking off my piece and asking me if I would critique it so he could make a better copy of my piece.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, no, seriously. He was dead serious too, and I was like, yeah, that's not real rational. He's like, no, what? That's how we do it in Russia. I'm like, yeah, I bet that's not how you do it in Russia. I don't know. I have an odd feeling that if someone's losing money to you, you're going to wind up in a hole in Russia. Yeah, no, I will give you this, Rohan, that it's very intimidating to start. The user interface for ZBrush is brutal because it does so many different things. It does stuff for the film industry. It does stuff for the gaming industry. It does stuff for, manufacturing. And so if you don't know what you can just ignore, because there's stuff like for manufacturing, half of the menus you're never ever going to touch in your life. And I mean, there's stuff that have been legacied in here from the very, very beginning. But they are also not leaving any of their old clients behind who learned how to use it in a certain way. You can still use it in the same way you used it like when it started, So there's a lot of legacy stuff, so it can be very confusing. But if you have someone who is taking you through like our education process, right? Our education site, we start you off from this is what folders you put things in and this is what you do. It's it's step by step. And the key is to learn ZBrush for what you want to do, right? If you want to do gaming or, models for games or film, you need to learn a different process than what I teach because I teach how to manufacture. And learning to use ZBrush for manufacturing has nothing to do with how people use it for like developing game assets and stuff. So it can do so many different things. You definitely have to have a plan and then find someone who is going to give you very cohesive, nice step-by-step videos that are going to get you through the fog of war, Yeah. You're not gonna rig and animate in ZBrush. You should go to Blender for that. I love it. Carmit's not commenting. She's just quietly heckling or giggling. She's like, no, I see. So Ash is just going to become my Blender heckler. Is that where this is going? No, Miss Cubed, this is not Blender. This is a program called ZBrush. You do have to buy it, but it is a professional tool and not just a hobbyist thing. Well, yes, I can. Send me your email and your home address, and I'd be happy to mail this to your home address. So all you have to do is give me your home address, and I will gladly mail you this STL. Call my friend in Russia.
You've already shown us your new home address.
Okay, I didn't say that I wasn't going to be hard to find.
You like zoomed in on the house.
I did, didn't I? It did kind of flash up that picture, didn't it? luckily, that picture wasn't our house. That was our neighbor's. They're all gonna go to my neighbor's house. Yeah. Thank you. What was that?
I just had a flashback to the last time you did that.
Uh,
When you were in Seattle or somewhere.
yeah. No, I'm really good at it. Like, I love, like, when I have keystrokes and I type in my passwords to things, not realizing I'm, broadcasting my keystrokes. No, I'm legendary for putting stuff on the internet that I'm really not supposed to put on the internet.
This is the real reason why you move so much.
It is. It's because my hecklers can find me because I insist on showing people where I live on the internet. My real name is Scott Meyer. I live at 1313. So I'm going to be moving down there. So all those people who just saw where I live, come over and help me move in. And then you can really see all of my equipment and oh no, Ash, I did it all the time. Like, especially in my classes, because, I'm at home, it's casual, it's not public much. And yeah, no, I typed all kinds of passwords in. I flashed my bank information. I mean, it was very bad. I'm not. And all of this is making Henry's skin roll. He's just like, oh my God, you idiot.
What's new?
Oh my God. I love it. He's so burnt out by now. He's just like, yeah, you are a security problem. Without a doubt. That's why no one lets me do anything. Like, I want nothing to do with the banking. I want nothing to do with any of that because I will broadcast it publicly across the world. It's bad. I am ridiculous. Which brush modify slider will apply multiple brushes at once along the stroke to the top of the surface? Are you talking about interpolate? You mean the new feature? Like this one? Where you do this? And then you do this. And then you go interpolate. Is that what brush you're talking about? Interpolate. And interpolate is actually in the stroke function. And see, it's right here, interpolate. And then this is stroke. And that's telling you how many strokes that you put in. I've pulled it out here, and I also have it in a drop-down menu. Ash, drop-down menus are pretty awesome. I didn't even know I could do them. My regular brushes, these are all the new feature brushes, and then these are my plugins. Look at that. Wasn't that exciting? No, interpolate's cool. Do that. And let's do that. Oh my, there she goes. Now what are you laughing at?
Look at what Ashley wrote.
Oh my God, I love you so much. I don't even know how to undo now. So confused. That's tragic. Thanks, Ash. Big old double bergamot Earl Grey tea. I love it. The truth. No. See, Juan, the difference is that is not a comparison. Yeah, yeah,
Raspberry Pi.
because you're saying a phone versus a phone, where ZBrush is like an actual program, and Blender is an actual program for people who are not wanting to actually buy a program. Yeah, I think it's like I think it is definitely a what she said. Where is it? The Pi Raspberry versus okay. Henry's gonna yell at me for saying that it's Pi Raspberry.
Why would you flip it?
Hmm?
Why would you flip it to Pi Raspberry? How did that get in your head?
I didn't say Pi Raspberry. Someone did, but I said that I think that it's probably more like a Pi Raspberry compared to an Android phone, right?
I don't think anyone said Pi Raspberry, but
No.
you, just you.
No.
Yeah.
It's in there. I know.
No,
A
it's not.
cubed, right there.
A cubed,
Raspberry Pi and a
Pi
blender.
Blender. So who said Pi Raspberry? Except for you.
She just said it right there. Pi Raspberry.
Raspberry Pi and a blender.
I'm dyslexic. It says Pi Raspberry.
Pi, right? Like 3.14 times raspberry. Like what?
I
Put
don't
the
know.
words in a blender.
My brain's in a blender. Damn, Ash, you're a really good blender heckler. I appreciate it. I'm very proud of you.
Why aren't you working in symmetry on those two sides?
Because they're not symmetrical. The piece that's going into them isn't symmetrical.
Oh, okay.
See, boop.
Oh, okay.
Phantasmus apparatus. Do you know what that means?
Is that Harry Potter?
No. It's Latin for ghost in the machine, spirit in the apparatus. Oh my god. Ash is finally having her blender nervous breakdown over here. It's funny. Ash gets some really militant blender people. I couldn't believe it. I was watching her stream the other day. I was like, Jesus Christ, man, they're relentless. It's like, it's not even like I'm streaming on my private stream, so, you know, you could question why would I use Blender. I'm streaming for Pixologic. Pixologic doesn't make Blender. Why the hell would I? Oh my god, don't do that to poor Eric. Actually, we're doing critiques next week. This is a sculpting week, if that's okay. If you put it, you can upload it, and you'll be in line, obviously, earlier than your other people on that day. Next Monday. Yes, that's what I was. Did that make sense? Sorry, Andre, we've been Blender goofing, and now I can't even form sentences. Because Ash is the ultimate Blender troll. When we were talking about NFTs, I'm surprised I didn't get any NFT hecklers.
That's what I'm here for.
Fair enough.
But you did that before I got.
Hey, hey.
Look, you got a real question.
I was saying that I'm making this ring for an NFT test. Oh. So what you're doing is backface masking. I have this pulled out here. Where is it actually? It is in brush auto masking. So if you go into your brush menu, and then in the sub menus under brush menu, there is auto masking. And you can see backface masking right here. That's your problem. So we're going to turn this off. I'm going to make my brush big. I'm going to hold down mask and drag it. And you're saying you're getting that, right? You're getting the masking on the other side. And now you turn on backface masking and you do the same thing. Okay, try that again. Oh, I don't have it turned off. Yeah, hold on. That's it. There we go. Now it's turned on. So you can see I hold down control. That's masking. Backface masking is now on. Drag this, and you can see it doesn't bleed through. So backface masking is a really important thing to deal with. So like it happens all the time. Let's say you take planar, and you go down like this, and you hold Alt. And now if you look at the back, I always love it when my, and you get stuff like this where it's pulling or blowing through to the back. That's backface masking too. So if you just turn on backface masking, and then we do that again, you can see that it doesn't drag through. So is there an official? I bet Blender has an NFT minting plugin. I'm pretty sure they do.
Oh, but you know why they have that Pixologic doesn't? Socks for merchandise.
Socks as merchandise?
Socks.
Well, I mean, you got to think they've got to make money somewhere because the program's free.
Yeah, I mean, ZBrush has shirts, but ZBrush has no
Socks. Yeah, no, exactly.
Well, now I want underwear.
Now you want Pixologic underwear?
Yes, indeed.
What are we gonna do?
Yeah. I want leggings with your design.
Ooh, that would be good.
Yeah.
I agree. And then when I go to my next rave, I can wear some weird trippy Scully thing. Great.
Yeah.
I mean, you should see me in my Bumblebee outfit for the raves. It's pretty hot.
Yeah, guys, they told us the wrong story. Wearing leggings is awesome, super comfy.
Super comfy. They're great. Especially when they have trippy universes all over. Then you can just sit there and stare at your legs for hours. That's great.
You know what? I haven't found leggings I like. I have used boring black ones.
That's boring.
Yeah, I'm also a little bit cheap. Then I see the fancy ones, Lululemon. I was like, oh god.
Lululemon costs so much money.
Honestly, I've just discovered Lululemon since I live in Orange County.
It- It's so
I don't know
expensive.
how I went. It's so expensive.
It's really expensive for spandex.
But this is what happened. I was convinced by a male figure skater that I had to have Lululemon tights because I just had to have them because they go over your skate and they're just so much better. And so I ended up. That was like the only thing.
They're
I can remember
tights.
that I
How are
actually-
they so much better?
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, they do fit very nicely.
But I shamefully admit that was like one of the only things in my life that I've paid full retail price for.
Mm,
And they are very overpriced.
I don't know if I could admit that.
yes.
Ash,
But I think I do skate better now because of the tights.
I'm not even going to listen to that nonsense.
Actually, I agree with her.
No, I'm not going to listen to that nonsense. Both of you are
Yes.
fired.
I use them for squatting, and yeah, nothing gets on the way.
They're tights.
Exactly. But they move with you, right? So
Well,
for
anything
some
made
people-
out of spandex is going to move with you.
yeah, but versus doing a given exercise with,
There's
let's say, shorts.
special spandex. They're like a $90, you know.
No. No. I lived with a choreographer. I have bought so many tights, you can't even pretend. And there are some things that are made out of superior spandex. That is very true. But
I don't know. I know it's just a gimmick, but I mean, until I find a cheaper, better, source.
mid seams, you mean like just seams in the groin, or are you talking about seams like in the middle of the leg? Where's
What's a mid seam? Maybe that's a Canadian thing, Ash. Never heard of that.
I mean, like if I had those on my legs, oh my god, that would be great. Do you know how many hours of entertainment those would provide? Right? Just saying. There you go. What I'm talking about. Oh yeah. Hours and hours. I think those would just freak me out. I'd have to go change my pants. Cats? I don't know. Don't know about cats.
Oh God, cats! I hate cats.
Alice in Wonderland. Look at that freak show. Yep. I'm going to move to the beach and buy a bunch of tights with eyeballs on them. No one will think I'm weird at all. Look at that.
You'll be the guy in the tights screaming about the pink dye.
That's poo water over there! Don't go into the poo water! That hurt. Oh well. In the hoo-hoo zone? Yes. Nobody wants hoo-hoo scenes. Woo-hoo! I agree with you there, Ash. Oh my god, I have no idea here. None of this is just... None of it's exciting. Oh. I am incredibly underwhelmed. I know Ash is very underwhelmed. Ash is my harshest critic. She says my work reminds her of a groin seam in tights. It just rubs her the wrong way. I thought that was a pretty brutal assessment. See how she is?
What if we get you seamless blender leggings? Boom. Drop the mic.
Ooh! If I could find them, I would so send them to her. That would be awesome.
I bet those leggings will do everything you want.
I agree. I see it. I see it happening. I still have to send you one of these gloves, Ash, since you refuse to believe that they're have any value. I love you so much.
Oh my god, you're so funny. She's the best heckler.
She's got plenty of time dealing with. I'll tell you what, in some ways, I'm glad I'm not an attractive woman streaming because she gets some of the weirdest hecklers. And it has to be because you're a woman. Wouldn't you agree? Because, I mean, people just don't say that crap to me. I mean, they're weird. That I'm a far bigger freak than you are. I think I would argue that I'm probably a lot weirder than you are.
She probably also gets a lot more viewers.
Wow. Did you just hear that? Ash, did you hear that? Damn. These people are supposed to be on my team. Did you hear that? Just rude. Rude. She does slobber a lot better than I do, though. I think it's a slobber.
That's true.
I'm so jealous of her slobber. I really am. I definitely have slobber envy.
I think, Henry, are you a middle child? Are you the
No.
So, Ash, you think I would get a much weirder crowd if I went during the day? Because one of the things I want to do is take at least one day slot. So you think I'd get a lot more bizarre group of people? To be fair, I'd be getting a lot more Americans, so I think that kind of goes without saying, doesn't it? Hmm. Well, I can't wait to do my day streams.
That's because you have to start ranting like Alex Jones.
No.
That'll get your attention.
Yeah, no. I might, like, hit Alex Jones with a baseball bat in public, but I don't think I'm going to rant like him. To be fair, I do get ranty about some things, though. You might get me ranting, actually.
Yeah. I try to behave sometimes.
I know tons of people who do lots of hard surface modeling in it, like guns and stuff. I mean, I even have. Hold on, let me see if I have my 1911 model. Henry, why is that not working? Why do I have to
What's
go
not
over
working?
So I've hit my windows and see it. Look, it doesn't come up.
I can't see because your head would be in the way if it did come up. Oh, it's because you're in ZBrush, and ZBrush is like militantly full screen.
But hold on, let me see if. Right, fine.
Hey guys, good night. I think
You're a damn quitter. I see how you are,
I wore
Carmine.
myself out. It was like the laughing hour. It was like
Yeah, no, I know. You see someone surfing, you're gonna go out and try to pick up a surfer right now. I know all about you.
I'm like totally contagious this week. I haven't left the house in like 3 days.
Well, so is every other surfer, so you fit right in. 1911.
Hey guys.
You be safe out there, Freaknet. Nope. I don't have my 1911 model here. No, but in ZModeler, it goes really fast. I mean, it's perfectly good for hard modeling. It's Karmeat. Car meat. One day I'm going to get you to join our voice so you can actually sit there and talk and heckle with us. I don't know why you're so voice shy. Because you're hysterical. I mean, people watch you talk all day. You're good. At least in voice chat, you don't have to like show your picture. Right? You could pick your nose and no one would know. You're it's like, what is that? Wow, it's so funny. Um, yeah, I guess you could do it with just the one seam in the groin. Have it cut legs and just have it on the side. Yeah, I can't wait to see that. This low-key blender over there. It'd be a damn Vitamix. It's like, Tomas, you've spent 2 hours doing absolutely nothing here. I'm thinking. I'm thinking. This is a thought thing. I have to think.
Hey, Henry, how was your class today?
Good. We learned how to do gilding with gold leaf.
Mm-hmm.
That was most of it. A history lesson and gilding with gold leaf, and then we just spent most of the class just working on the pieces we're already working on.
Nice.
Hair braiding.
Hair. It's called palette work. I didn't do braiding. I did palette work. It's gluing the hair down to essentially a sheet of paper.
It is a drug.
It is a what?
She said gold leaf is a drug. I'm like, yes, it is a drug.
Mhm. Yeah, I made a weeping willow out of hair, a single strand at a time with tweezers.
Yeah,
It took hours.
yeah.
Well, my offer is still on the table. If you want pack 4,
Nope.
I can send you
Nope.
entire pack.
I'll never do it again.
Won't
I
do it
still
again.
have to do the leaves. And I
Yes.
just finished 3D printing the piece that I'm going to set the hair into.
Let's see if I can find that. It's in my History of Rings book, but killing me. You know, Blender doesn't do this. No, that's supposed to be Washington, a big dork. Oh, there were quite a few of them. This is a pretty famous one with the weave of his hair. But they have one. There was one like this, except it was braided and it really looked like laurels.
Search Memento Willow. Will that work? Let me try. Yeah, the third image you get. There's a W on Willow.
Oh my god. Look, it's in caps.
I know that.
I don't know. How do I hit caps? The third image I get?
Oh, Lord. You get all kinds of different images, huh? Yeah, your results are completely different than mine. You could try adding hair to it. There you go. Now the third image.
Not this one. Ooh. Look at that.
Yeah. So that all the leaves. So that is a circle of. Oh Lord, I just forgot what it was called. China.
Wow.
What's the expensive type of pottery?
Ceramic.
No, the expensive one.
Porcelain.
Porcelain. So that is a circle of porcelain that has been painted and fired in a kiln. And then the tree and the leaves and some of the work on the urn, which is the thing in the middle, is all hair.
Right on.
Yeah. These are all
That dude
Memento
smoked
Mori
pot.
pieces.
Look at that. Hanzo there. He's high. Look at the big droopy eyes. He died in 1648. He was stoned off it. There's a really famous Memento Mori ring in this format that's like that blue, that royal blue French enamel. It's one of my faves. I like this one. Hey, don't watch that. Watch this. I just like his face. He's all surprised. I'm dead? What? No. Can't be. Must be wrong. This Memento Mori. They definitely left a lot of stuff you could jam in there. They're like, hey, what are we going to put in here? So if I die, will you put my ashes in something that looks that radical? I guess I have to make my own like little thingy before I die, huh?
Sure.
Here, jam my ashes in this.
I'll palette work your beard hair into something.
I'll tell you what. I bet you we could have an auction. I bet people would buy them because I have a fan base that would buy that weirdness. It's kind of cool. I just get really nervous wearing anything that could be misinterpreted as a biker coat. I've seen too many people get really beat down because the Angels or any number of the outlying motorcycle clubs decided that that was just a little too close to what they thought. That's good stuff. That's it. That like an apple with bite marks in it. Okay, that's pretty cool. So the skull sets inside of the apple orangey thing, and then it's a stash box as well. Yeah, that's a snuff box. Are you waiting for ZBrush in? You're waiting for ZBrush in VR? A new sculpting program came out in VR. I'm pretty sure they were talking about it. I saw something about it. I can't remember what it was. Right? I know exactly where to store that stuff. I don't need a box. Titanium straw, that's what you need.
I do remember watching an episode of Looney Tunes where Bugs Bunny is using snuff.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that was actually pretty common.
Yeah, he's pulling out a glove and
Yeah.
then
He's acting all posh.
yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Obviously now if you're trying to find that video, like forget about it, right?
Yeah.
Or when they used to smoke.
Yeah. I'm so jealous of you, Ash. You don't have Henry yelling at you saying you can't use words like that. Henry's my word cop.
Somebody's got to do it.
You're not word copying Ash.
Well, she doesn't. She didn't ask me to be her moderator.
Hmm.
Hmm.
I don't remember asking you.
I could go.
I'm kidding. I'm
Hey,
kidding.
Juan, you got this?
I'm kidding.
No, wait.
Juan, I
Yes.
need a link to Mod Dirty Blue. Go.
Oh, darn it.
Nope.
Nope.
You're fired. Sorry.
So, wait a second.
We need to get. You're going to
Juan,
laugh at me.
boom,
We
boom.
really need to get my
Oh.
Stream Deck set up. Do you want to see the condition of my Stream Deck?
Yes.
You're going to like
Is
this.
it not even plugged in?
No, it's actually plugged in. Hold on, it's coming.
On a tripod with one button.
What?
Oh, the
Is that the,
lag's
like,
really
default
long.
button?
Yeah, that's totally the default button. It says welcome. Oh, no, that's what I had the porn site connected to. Damn! Yep.
So is that one from El Gato as well?
Yeah. They're great. Like, I used it a lot when I was editing and stuff, but when I did my new one, I sent all of my drives to Henry, which means I sent drives that had all of my setups and stuff. Jason at Jason Byrne. Holy Hannah, I have a real lag, don't I? 1, 2, 3, 5, 10, 12, 13, 18, 20. $34, $35. I have a 38-second lag right now. Is that true?
No. You've got maybe a 4-second lag.
Yeah.
Why did it just take me 38 seconds to see this on my stream, on my Pixel stream?
Don't know.
Refresh that. So y'all were just sitting there watching me count? Is that what
Yeah.
Nice. Compelling drama over here, boy. Nobody does it better.
Yeah, Henry, no, I cannot moderate for Thomas. Last stream, I was here earlier on, and God, we turned into a huge rant about NFTs, and was a critique, and just ranting. We were going nuts for over 1 hour.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah,
We talked about a lot of stuff.
yeah.
No, I think I'm supposed to be in tomorrow's group stream. I'm so damn confused. I have to get a hold of Kyle. No, I said I was in. Are you in tomorrow's group stream? Okay. I don't know. I have to talk. I'll get a hold of Kyle. I don't know. I'm so confused. I'm just gonna pirate my way in. I don't care if I was in. Group stream. What time is it? Is the group stream, that is. I'm so gonna rate it. Oh yeah. No, I'm gonna rate it. I think I still have the password into it. Right? Woo! Oh, Juan, you're such a quitter.
I know.
But you act like you have, like, what, a wife and a dog and things that depend on you.
I know. My 2 dogs. Actually, it's 1 and 3/4 because one is missing a leg.
See, now you make me feel guilty making fun of it.
Yeah, exactly.
I should feel bad. I don't. Stubby dog.
Actually, this is funny. One is missing a leg, and the other one broke his leg. So
Oh, I bet you all are just a joy to watch go walking. It's like
yes.
Crip and Dip, the two like fucking thug dogs. It's like, what?
Yeah, I made a small video. I have to finish.
I can't
editing
wait to
it,
see
so-
that.
Yeah, first video, so it's not like impressive, and we will see.
The pity pack. If you weren't married, you could definitely get laid, right? Because everybody would be like, oh. Or you never get laid because they think you're an abusive jerk. One or the other. I see how it is. Right. Which one do you think it would be, Ash? See how you are. See? Canadians. Blame Canada. Blame Canada. just so weird and lumpy.
You got 9 subdivisions.
I know. I don't know. I think it's I have a bunch of styluses, but my the good stylus I dropped in the toilet the other day. Yesterday.
Oh no.
And I mean, these sort of work, but it's really weird. You get like weird lags, like it'll drop out. So I think I need new styluses, which really stress me out. Because I really don't want to spend $100 on a damn stylus. I mean, it's a shame that the Wacom Experience Center isn't open. I could just go and they'd just give me a couple styluses, but yeah. You remember the debating thing where we kept hearing this clicking, 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 clicking? I'm like, oh my god, is all for sculpting with a mouse? It's like, what the hell, dude? All for mouse sculpting. What's up with that? Well, fair. No mouse sculpting. It was so funny. You just kept hearing this click, 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 click. Like, wait a minute. Oh no, you can use a mouse. The problem is that you get no pressure sensitivity. It's just 100% or 0, as opposed to, the different levels of the. I think what's a Cintiq, like 8,000 levels of pressure, something like that. 8460 comes to mind for some reason.
I think 8096.
No, all right, I was close. I got 2 of the letters. You're like, those are numbers, Tomas.
I'm not going to question it. Yeah, 8096.
What'd I say? 8064?
Yeah.
Something like that. That's close. I mean, for pulling numbers out of my butt, I think I got pretty darn close.
Pretty good.
Pretty good. Pretty good. Right? It's all about the tripod. Oh my god. That's beautiful. Tripod pug. It's like thug life, tripod life. Snoop's gonna drop a tripod track now, I'm pretty sure. Mm-hmm. That's lovely. For those of you who didn't click on it. It's June Cleaver. Hug. Yeah, been getting some weird stylus. So that's the stylus. Now let me see. Now look at this one. Right. See how it's not stroking right now, and then when it comes on hard. Yeah. It's weird. It's weird. Mm-hmm. Did 3D Connections ever reach out to you yet?
I don't think so.
Okay. I have to send Maurice an email, so we'll try to get him
Nope.
back in line. Back online. I like the idea of the keyboard having a wireless number pad. That's nice.
Mm-hmm.
And it,
3D print something to attach it to your Cintiq.
well, I'm definitely going to have to print some attachment things because I really, where I need this to be sitting is right between where my arm is and where the table is. You know what I mean? It's like, it's too high here, it's too low here.
Mm-hmm.
I have a little work to do on that, but that's been low priority recently. But I'll work it out. Ash, do you use Space Mouse? Did she abandon me? Lol, no? You're not a Space Mouse user?
I couldn't live without it.
Yeah, it's a little weird. Did you try it and just not like it? Changing hand. Oh, do you mean like your keystrokes and stuff? The nice thing is you can get most of your keystrokes programmed onto the Space Mouse. Well, yeah, that's what I'm doing too. It's just I now took most of my keyboard short. Are you a button like a keyboard shortcut button person? Because I use not a lot of shortcuts, so I can get it on the 10. Well, I guess there are like 20 buttons. I hear Space Mouse works really well with Blender. Actually, I don't know that Blender is even supported. Mhm. I got it. We're going to turn this into a screaming rabbit. Done. I so know what I'm
Okay.
doing now.
Perfect. I
All
mean, I
right.
see how it fits in with everything else.
It would be abstract. I mean, you're not going to necessarily straight know that it's a screaming rabbit, but right? See?
Yeah. I mean, typically the first thing I think when I see a skull ring, especially when covered in gears, is where's the screaming rabbit?
Well, do you know how much a rabbit would scream if it got caught up in the gears?
Oh, a lot.
And how many rabbits get caught up in gears? Lots.
Probably. Okay. We'll go with that answer.
I mean, think about farms and farming equipment and screaming rabbits.
Okay. I'll think about that.
Actually, probably mostly cats, isn't it?
Yeah. Mice.
Snuggling up mice, yeah. I know a lot of cats that have been caught in farm equipment, though, because it's such a nice, warm place to be. Right? Exactly. Ash, Henry's young. He has a very specific experience for the Utes. He's a Ute of today. Them damn Utes. He's this big and he's got fangs. Screaming. Henry, how did your color change? You were red, and now you're green. Did you do that on purpose?
Do what?
The name of the color of your name is a different.
In Discord?
No.
I mean, in Twitch chat?
Uh-huh.
I think it's always been green.
Had you red there for?
I don't even know how to change something like that.
Oh, I rebooted.
Oh, you rebooted.
That might be it. But Ash is always purple. Yeah, but Ash, you have an old soul. She's like, you're a dick. You're too old for it. Oh my god. No, you just have no sense of humor.
That might be true.
You
Now
work
that
in a,
she's
you work in a world where you're not allowed to be funny.
that's very true.
See? I'm telling you. I got an idea. Let's be funny. Ah, ha, ha. Nope. None of that for you, mister. And see, that alone is kind of funny. I am the old guard in the team. I accept that. I do. So Henry, I was just about, see, you need to work for a great organization like Archer did. And then I was thinking about it. I think Archer's company was named ISIS. Like, that might not be good. They were funny.
Hmm.
You don't watch Archer?
I saw the first season, and it was good.
Oh yeah, no, Archer is great. It's okay. It'll come one day there, buddy. Yeah, no, I'm a big Archer fan. I think it's just absolutely hysterical. Hello, hello. How are you doing? Oops. Geru? I just changed some of my buttons around. Good. Oh, see, I love the Mighty Boosh.
I know we have that in common.
I'm old Greg. Look at my manjana. You ever eat Bailey's from Machine? What's this? It's Bailey's. What's this? It's my eye closer to Bailey. What's this? I did not even. So, have you ever seen the great, what is it, the Great British Cooking Show or the Great British Cook
The
Off?
Great British Bake Off.
Yeah.
Yep.
It took me forever to figure out that that was him.
Oh, it hasn't been him for very long. Only like 2 seasons.
Oh my God. When I saw him, I was just like, what fruitcake is that? He looks so familiar. Like, why does he look so familiar? I was like, oh my God, dude, you are still in the Mighty Boosh. I mean, you dress like you're still in the Mighty Boosh. You haven't lost that character yet there, buddy. I was like, oh.
I mean, he's always sort of
Oh, he's a freak show. I love him.
yeah. In the IT crowd, he's a goth, like very, very goth
Yeah,
character.
I would say he's very goth.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, he's still like 1983 goth, sadly. He's funny though. I've only seen a couple of those. Those are fun. Yeah, it's great. I love it because, I mean, they're not mean, but boy, they aren't nice. You know, it's like, my friends, they showed me Uncle Joe. Uncle Joe, he's a food critic, and he's this Korean guy who's a comedian, and he just rips other people's videos about how to make fried rice. I was crying laughing. He's funny, and he's right. A lot of these people have no idea how to make fried rice. He's like, you
Oh,
put jelly in fried rice? What's wrong with you?
Uncle
Isn't it
Uncle Roger?
Uncle Roger? That's it. Uncle Roger.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I can't live without Space Mouse. I love it. Because I prefer, like, I'm really, really, really bad with, like, I can't type. So I'm very bad with keyboard shortcuts. But I could get it to do everything I want it to do. I just reprogrammed mine, so I'm relearning my buttons again because I got a new computer. I lost all my presets to everything, and it's hard to get back into. And I've changed it around some because all I had was Henry's presets, and his presets and my presets are different, and so it's like, oh. And now that I'm putting pop-up menus in or drop-down menus, I'm yeah, it's just, I'm a mess. What is this? This is Skull Ring. This is a ring that I'm tuning up to make my. We're going to do an NFT test, and they wanted to do a ring, and my friend David Ciccone actually owns this ring, and so we decided that we would make a version of it for our first NFT. So I have no idea what this is going to turn out like. And we have some things that we're trying to do with NFTs that are a little different, having them be tied to physical objects. And so it's going to be a very interesting journey.
Hey, are you going out of town for Thanksgiving?
Well, I'm going to go up to the farm.
Will you be around on Wednesday?
Yeah. Why? What's up?
Okay, we have a meeting about NFTs on Wednesday.
Do we?
Yeah, I'll tell you about it later.
Okay. Cool. Awesome.
You will enjoy it.
Is it with someone who actually knows what they're talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. That's good news. Yay, team.
Whoop.
Whoop.
And also, David texted me on like Saturday.
My David?
You're David.
What'd he say?
Just hi.
Wow, did I tell
Hi.
him to get in touch with you?
No.
No, he just reached out. He was like, hey.
Yeah.
Interesting. Oh, you mean alligator.
Yeah. Oh, not the David that owns the ring. No. I mean alligator.
Okay. I was like really confused. I'm like,
There's a lot of Davids in this situation.
there are a lot of Davids in my life. Everybody I know is a damn David. It's like, what is up with LA and Davids? Bizarre. Well, yeah, not a physical NFT, but using the NFT as a provenance ticket for, or a provenance paper for the purchases you make. So that way, you know that it's original. You know that it hasn't been, the history of the sales, and it's just sort of a bonus that is something that could have, like, the sales receipt could feasibly, or the letters of provenance could have their own value at some point, and so you're sort of getting a bonus of it being traded on an open market, but it's really, you're attaching it to a physical object as a sales receipt or a provenance sheet, and it's non-forgeable, and you always know that it's a real part, and yeah, and the bonus of it feasibly having some value at some other point, and the artist actually gets a cut every time it's sold, where that doesn't happen for artists right now. So I think it's a very powerful tool for artists if we can figure out how to get it to work. Because, you know, some of these, depending on what market you mint, it costs, you know, $300 to mint the thing. So, you know, that's the thing. There has to be a way of dealing with it where it's not something that's going to be completely detrimental to the price of the object, or you're only doing it on very high priced custom objects, one or the other. Which I think is obviously the place we're going to start. Because I don't think NFTs are psychologically available enough to the rest to most people. They're just like, I don't understand what it is. And to be fair, I have that conversation daily.
We're gonna fix that on Wednesday.
Woohoo! It got awfully quiet. I see Ash leaves, and now all of a sudden the chat's dead. No. I switched my Alt button to the Control button, and I'm still getting used to that. See you sneaking back in there. Well, hello, Jared. How are you doing? Ash, can I hold your NFT tongue? Well, thank you. It's therapeutic for me. I have to admit, though, that right now I'm not being very productive because I have no idea what I'm doing here on the back. I'm just fiddle-fudding around. So, yeah. I'm making an abstract screaming rabbit. That's what I'm doing. I'm pretty sure. Well, see, so Ash, that's really kind of the thing is, I'm not, what we're trying to do with NFTs isn't create NFTs for the NFT market. We're trying to use NFTs as articles of provenance. And so it's just a bonus that they may be out there on an open market. It's more, I want a digital sales record. Right. I want to sell something. And so basically you're purchasing the NFT and then you're sent the NFT with the object. And so why that's a bonus is that if you ever sell that object, you actually have to sell the NFT and then send the object, right? Because they go together contractually. So you feasibly, you know, let's say, oh, I become famous. So you bought this ring for $300. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, you heard the rant. I'll shut up. I'll be quiet. I see. She doesn't want to hear the NFT thing. She understands. Oh, yeah, no. I mean, it's going to be a radically... it's going to change radically. And I think that you're going to have an NFT world that isn't a market, right? Where it's just here, this is a minted state of provenance. And then you just get your cut with each sale. We'll see. It'll be fascinating. But I guarantee you in 5 years, if you buy a car, you're going to purchase an NFT. And like you can buy it and then you own it. And that's a binding contract of ownership. So like you could sell your car on Craigslist and you just do it through an NFT. But the thing is, you have to get something where the minting costs, because the problem with NFTs right now is they really are just buying cryptocurrency. It's not, you are on a market. It's not just a article of transfer of ownership. So like, how do you get that to work as a transfer of ownership without spending hundreds and hundreds of dollars to sell it, No, she loves it. She definitely wants to talk about it. I know she does. Because Blender's now selling NFTs. She's got to stay on top of that. And I think that if I really, really do it well, I can mansplain her into a state of a Blender oblivion. A blendnifter. I want to know why you disagree. I mean, not to start a fight. Because, dude, I don't know shit about it. I'm a sculptor, man. I don't know. No, you wouldn't have to type too much. You have a microphone. Uh-oh. You have a microphone. You, Ashley, have a microphone. Oh my God. All right. I see how you are. Quitter. Hmm. What do you mean? That's a completely easy debate. All you have to do is look up at the sky and the satellites that are run by the Jews that start forest fires and the lizard people. Well, you weren't such a big Blender supporter. Maybe people would believe in your word, but I think you kind of lost a lot of credibility in your Blender support. It's made me question your sanity, actually. Just so you know, I'm a little worried about you. Your opinions weird. All I ask, Ash, all I ask is that you send and record all of it on your webcam. So as you completely lose your mind, I can document. Oh, no wonder. 9. That's strong. It's getting all lumpy and weird. I want it as video because I can know for a fact I know for a fact I can put that online and make a fortune off of it. No, but I'm talking about, you're not going to stream the conversations with your dad. I think I need like all of that. I need like some really good penetrating video of you starting to lose it. I'll become a millionaire. And then I can become an official Blender rep. I choose Vitamix.
I don't know that they have reps. It's free.
Vitamix?
Yeah.
If I'm going to back a Blender, I'm going to back one that's good. Uh-oh, I did something weird here. All right, so what we need right here is a little button nose. Good call. Mm-hmm. Oh my God, I can't help but sitting around thinking about packing. I'm so stressed out.
You're gonna survive.
I so suck at this. And what sucks is I only have like 10 boxes. I mean, it's not, I mean, there's nothing here. And I'm still stressed out about it.
Yeah. Have you even fully unpacked since the last time?
No, that's what I'm saying. It's all, the only thing that's unpacked is my clothes and the camera stuff. I mean, it's not like half of it's still in storage. I think that hard surface modeling in ZBrush is actually nice and easy. I find that ZModeler is a very, very effective tool for hard surface modeling. And I don't do a ton of it. I'm obviously more of an organic modeler. But like I've built scooters and guns and stuff like that, and I've had no problem building a hard surface with it.
You gotta get on ZModeler though.
But it is ZModeler. Yeah, I mean, that is the world of ZModeler.
I think most of the people who we hear that comment from that hard surface modeling is difficult also admit that they don't use ZModeler.
Right, well, I can't do much for you on that one.
Right.
I mean, that's like, I like circles, but, I don't use the circle tool. It's like, no. Yeah, I sort of just moved here, and now I'm going to move again. Well, I knew that I wasn't going to, this was a temporary move to begin with, so it's not shocking, but I didn't know that I was going to move back to LA. I would have called you insane if you told me that I was going to move back to LA. And I'm moving back to LA. Sort of stressful. Everything's stressful. I hate moving. Hate it. Hate it. But what's sad is I really can't help but think that it's going to be an easy move. There's nothing to move, It's just going to cost me a little extra because I need to go. I'm going to have to go from Seattle. And that's going to make the truck rental pretty pricey. But I don't want to leave my mill in Seattle because we can use that on many a thing. Milling's awesome. I love milling.
Agreed.
I really want one of those Neo mills.
Neo Mill.
Have you not seen them?
No, but I'm seeing it now.
Is it like Neo 5 or something like that?
I don't know.
Neo CNC. Yeah, that's it. So we're looking at Neo CNC. So we I know they have their own website. Why is it not here? Did you find the website?
I did, but I closed it because I thought you found it. Malpal.com has a thing called Neo Mill milling cutters, but I think they're just quick tool changing cutters.
Yeah, no. It's I'm pretty sure Neo CNC. They're searching. They're awesome mill. They just have a lot of axes. That is so weird. Oh my god. When you actually turn around and look at what you typed in, this sometimes it's really funny. I just typed in Neo CNC ZBrush, and instead of milling, I put milking.
That's gonna get. Don't do an image search.
It's like Neo 6. It's really frustrating. I was just looking at them. All right.
Sometimes I think to myself, certainly he'll give up soon.
Eh,
But it rarely happens on its own.
I know. I know. Yeah, no, I won't. Very frustrating because literally I was just looking at them the other day.
I can't find their website, but I can find lots of like videos about the Neo CNC. It's called a P5.
It's not the Datron one, is it?
No, it's Neo. Brand Neo CNC.
They make great mills.
And have terrible web presence.
What's weird is I found it right away. I don't know what
Bad SEO.
they do. This is where I do wish symmetry was happening. Let's see if we can. I don't think that's in them. In any way, shape, or form, I don't think that's in them. How close are we? No, nope, not even close. All right. So I'm going to have to move everything to the center of the world so I can do this symmetric. Milling's awesome. I love it. Okay. Everybody's turned on. Turn on, everybody. Come on. Then I need to unhide. Okay. Now, take we're going to lower. And we're W. And I'm going to each box.
You have a question.
All right. What is it?
If I am trying to scale for STL export and all subtools are in a folder, will it scale them all universally?
Well, it will scale them relatively. So you're going to measure the one, and then everything will export in relative scale. So yes, if that's what you mean, then yes, universally. Does that make sense?
And it also depends on what they mean by scaling. Like if they're doing it with the gizmo and they don't have the pizza boxes on, it will only scale the one thing. But
Well,
if you mean opening the 3D print hub and clicking whatever that button's called,
it's
update size ratios.
update size ratios. All right, so of course STLs save unit scale. I mean, every printer in the world uses STLs. Well, I mean, this is going to wind up being a hard surface, you know. I mean, you know, that's tricky. Oh, Night Ash. Sleep well, my dear. You're the bomb. The bomb. Okay, so here. Let me ask you if this is what you're talking about. So I have all these guys right here, right? And I want to send them out to print. Well, if you go into your 3D print hub, and you go update size ratio, and you can see this is 23 mil, blah, blah, blah. We click that. And now this is for this subtool. If you put export now, it is going to export everybody at this scale, right? And they will be scaled relatively to what they are right here. So it's right. Now, if you're saying, okay, I love this, but I need it to be 30 mil, you can go like this and go 30 mil and then export it. Instead of this being 26 mil, it's going to be 30 mil, and it's going to change everything. Now, that is going to export the model at a different scale. It will not change your model scale. So, does that make sense? So, is that kind of answer your question? Yeah, of course it does. I mean, all you have to do is right here, if you want it exported as inches, you click inches and see it's 1.181 inches, which is 30 millimeters. So you just change the scale and it'll export to scale. It will keep the units, without a doubt.
It's up to your slicer or whatever you're importing it into to know whether that's inches or millimeters. And usually your slicer will say, this STL was exported as millimeters. You're importing as inches. Do you want to convert?
Yeah.
So it definitely saves.
It shouldn't. Well, it might if you are not pushing that button, right? If you do not push update size ratios, you're not scaling. You're guessing. It's whatever this number was. And that number could be anything. You have to push update size ratio before you export, select it, say yes, and then anything you have open is going to export to scale. Then something's reinstall ZBrush. There's no reason in the world it does that. Here, let me show you. Let's go to something. Frame. Duplicate, duplicate, duplicate. We're going to start here, go W. Gonna go here. Gonna go here. Oh wait. Gonna go here. And we're gonna drag.
My curiosity is that this person keeps talking about folders, and the items being in a folder has no relevancy at all.
No relevancy at all.
So
No.
I'm really curious what they mean when they say that they are scaling.
Well, that's what we're going to look at here, right? So these are all different sizes. See, right? I have these objects. Now I'm going to put them in a folder. Folder. Export. Right? So they're all in a folder. Okay. So if we look like, well, if these are different scales, no, they're not all going to become 2 millimeters. They scale relatively. Is that what you mean? They're different sizes, and then you want all of those parts to be like 2 millimeters. So right, we have these parts, and they're all different parts, or they're all different sizes. And you want them all to export at 2 millimeters? I mean, is that what you mean? Okay. So we're in this folder. And I have this. And my first one is, what is it? Sliders to subtools. It's 1.79 mil. If you go over here, you update size ratios. This is going to export as 179 mil. This one is going to export as 7.5 mil. This one's going to export as 2.4 mil. And this one's going to export as 3.5 mil. You're getting me nervous because I don't know how I answered the question.
Well, so I think they are using those sliders underneath of update size ratio to define the scale of their object instead of the way we typically do it with the sliders to subtool size or using one of the other buttons to see what size our thing is to verify it's the right size. So they're doing their scale in Print Hub, which is foreign to us.
Well,
And
no, it's not, because I pulled the button out here. I just don't go into Print Hub to measure. Like I have update size
you
ratio.
don't have this. You don't have the sliders out. So
Right,
say
no.
you've got your 4 stars, sure. But if you knew you wanted that star to come out at 5 millimeters, 5 by 5 by 5, so you typed them into 3D Print Hub.
Mm-hmm.
See the 3 sliders?
Mhm.
And then you exported. Would it scale the other ones with this piece?
Yes.
Can you show using sliders to subtool to check outside of 3D Print Hub?
So we're just going to take this one, right? And you just hit sliders to subtool, and it tells you what the size is. Now, if you want to change the size of the model without exporting it, right? You just type in 4. I want it to be 4 millimeter. It changes everything relatively. And now, if you notice, I have all on, right? So, these are all different sizes. Okay. But I'm taking this one, and it was 2 something, and I'm changing it to 4 mil. Now, if I have the all button, and I hit resize subtool, boop, it's going to take each one of those and bring it up. No, you're not in trouble. I mean, that's why we're here. And so now this one you can see is 4 millimeters. This one is 16 millimeters. This one is 5.3, and this one is 7.9. So you can change their scale here with sliders to subtools. And then typing in the number you want and hit resize, and it'll change the scale to all of these.
Yeah. And it'll change it in ZBrush instead of only in your export. So at this point, you hit update size ratios, just click the millimeter button or the inch button, wherever it is.
Yeah, because see, like right here, and let's say I'm in millimeters, but yeah, they wanted it to be, I click inch here, and then I type in 2, sliders to subtool, 2, sorry, sliders to subtool, doing that. And so now sliders to subtool, that's now 2 inches. And then you go up, and then that one is 1.34 inches. You go up, that's 4 inches. You go up, that's 1 inch. Is that? Yeah, that's over here. In your plugins, that's
Scale Master.
so I just have these pulled out and in my thing, and I also have them pulled out in the drop-down menu. Right. But yeah.
Yeah.
And then you just click millimeters again. 25 mil. Right? And if you only want to do it to 1, you just click this, and that'll only do it to the one you have selected. And the other thing is if you turn off the R. So let's say you want this to be 4 by 4 by 4, right? Which a star isn't a square, but you want it to be 4 by 4 by 4. So you turn the R off, and you type in your 4, not 74, your 4, and your 4. Hit enter, and then come back and resize subtool. It's only going to resize the one subtool. I might not have hit enter after each one of them. On this one, you know how some of these you can do this and then go to the next one? I didn't hit enter there. You have to hit enter on these. And on some of them, you don't. So I'm assuming that was the resize subtool. Slider subtool. No. Sorry, I keep eating sliders to subtool, not resize. There you go. And so now, slider subtool, it's 4 inches by 4, or 4 mil by 4 mil by 4 mil. So you can make it where it's not relative. It's not doing the same ratio, and that's slider to ratio. But you want this to actually be 1. So now you type that in, enter 1, boom, resize, boom, and now it's much closer than what it was. Did that help? Was that the answer you were looking for? If you have any other question, okay, cool. Yeah, Scale Master is how you deal with that. But just remember, the other thing to remember when you're measuring is, let's go to W here, or Y. I'm going to go from here, whoa, W, Y. I'm going to go from here to here. And you see units. See how that says 3.974 units? Units are millimeters in ZBrush. So this is 9.34 millimeters, right? So if we hide this, Y, W, go to Q, and we go millimeters, sliders to subtools. Really? Oh, yeah, that's right. So here's something that confuses people greatly. If you notice, it just confused me. And that is this, is that these often measure in different round, like this, the set scene scale and the measuring tool have different roundup rules. So if you'll notice, this is 974 or 3974 or 3976 or whatever. Yeah, 3974. So it's going to round up and it's going to round up, and that's where you're getting your 4. So don't be confused. These are down to, thousandths of millimeters, and then they're rounding up. So the different measurements were written by different people at different times, so they have different roundup rules. The totem pole is 4 heads. It's separate subtools. Totem pole needs to be 5 inches. Well, I would just go W. Hold on. I'm gonna go W. Turn on a polycube. Spring. I'd go turn on inch. It goes sliders to subtool. That's 1 inch by 1 inch by 1 inch. And I'm going to make this 5 inches. No, we're going to make it 1 inch. We're going to make it 5 inches tall.
Ratio's on.
I just turned it off. Yeah, thanks. And then we're going to say 1 inch. Resize subtool.
Something happened to your ZBrush.
It's weird, isn't it?
Yeah, resize subtool has never done that.
I must have just had something turned off. So let's go X 1 inch, enter. We're going to go Y, 7, enter, 5, enter. 3, 1, enter, just so we have a clean resize subtool. There we go. Okay. So now I have a post that is 5 inches, and I'm just going to drag. Woo! Going to come over here to ZModeler. Wait, how many do? Okay. Hold on. So let's. I'm going to delete this real quick so it's easier to see. Because I didn't divide the cube up before we scaled it, but that's not a big deal. We're going to go ZModeler. I'm going to go down here, insert it. Actually, we're going to do it here. We're going to do it here. Insert edge. And, oh, no, we are going to. And we're going to hit multiple. And you're going to go 1. And you're just going to slide that out. And that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You want 4. Okay, so that's the size of your heads.
The heads are all different sizes. But with your 5-inch stick, you can just line your head subtools up next to it.
Yeah.
And you will know that as long as, the bottom of one head's at the bottom, the top of a different head's at the top, it's 5 inches.
Yeah. So how we fill hole created by Boolean difference? You mean, is there a specific thing with Boolean difference that yeah, just create a measuring stick. That's the easiest way to go about it. So I mean, I don't know that there's any difference using Boolean difference than any that seems specific with the Boolean difference. I mean, like, how do you fill up a hole that you made with a Boolean tool? All right, that's different. So let's go here. Let's make that star. Let's make that. So, I mean, Boolean difference isn't going to create a hole. It's going to create plug, right? Right, because it's creating what was there. So that was what was inside the block. So that's the difference.
Yeah.
But he's talking about a hole. I mean, do you not have the original? The beauty of doing your Booleans is you have your originals, right? I mean, do you see what I mean? Like,
Oh, I know what you mean.
I mean, if you have, so here, let's actually create a hole, because I don't think that's what you're talking about. And take our measuring stick. Let's flip this around. We're going to pick you. You start. You are cutter. Um, so you have this. Right, so you've created a hole. Right, that's okay. Hold on. I didn't put start. I'm just gonna get rid of it because it causing me grief. Okay. So here we are. We got our object, Boolean folder. I always do my Booleans in out of folders because that keeps all of my original parts there. So it allows me to always have my base parts of the Boolean. Okay, so you have your Boolean hole here. Now, hopefully you still had your parts, so it wouldn't matter. So you can, I mean, I would just go here and you don't have your hole. But like if we went here and we went intersection, where folder boot? No, not what I wanted to do. We're gonna come here. That's start. That is intersection. Go. Oh yeah, no, I mean I get it. I don't know that there's a difference in filling a hole that was created by Boolean difference as opposed to Boolean something else. So if I wanted to fill that hole exactly, I would just come back up, make it Boolean difference, and or Boolean intersection, or oh, nothing's turned on. There we go. Boolean folder, and now you have your plug. But I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure what you're asking, Ashot. Can you kind of give me a better idea of what you're trying to do? Because you see what I mean? I don't know. Because if you're trying to fill a hole that you did with a Boolean. Good night, Jason. Have a good one. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think they asked twice and then left.
Okay. Well, sorry.
Is it possible to snap the transpose tool to vertices when measuring?
Yeah. Hit shift. WY. Bring it out. We're here. Hit shift. And it'll lock on. I think it's 5 degrees. And then if you are like, oh, I'm over here, I want it on, see these button or the circles. You go, boop, that's X, that's Y, that's Z.
Can you snap onto the like the exact point of one star to the exact point of another star?
You hold,
Or
see the
to
red
another
dot?
point on the same
Hit
star?
it there. And it will snap to the dot. No, it's snapping to center. Oh,
Different subtool.
yeah, different subtool. Sorry. I'm like, it should be snapping that. Well, here, hold on. We could do it this way. Go from that dot, and you can go to that dot. There we go. And that also works with the gizmo, right? Let's turn Y off. So if you want the gizmo to move on that exact axis, you tap it, you hold it there, it's going to come. Oops, hold on. Okay. Shoot. Perfect. There we go. So you hold down Alt when you tap that button or tap that point, and then I can bring this down and it's going to snap to that. And now you can see that your gizmo locks to axes as well, or to points. Does that make sense?
Yes.
The right?
Yes.
Yes. It's very nice. Well, once again, are you hitting? No. Here, hold on. Are you talking about with the gizmo or with the Y? With the transpose. So let's go back here to transpose. W, Y. So you don't have to hold shift to get on the axes, right? See how see your axes indicators? All you do is hit your axes indicator. Does that make sense? So note, to hit your axes, you only have to hit the axes indicator.
When you put the transpose tool on a point of the star, you didn't have to do anything. Is that true?
Right.
You don't hold a button or anything.
No.
Yeah. So if you were to subdivide this tool to 1,000,000,
You have a lot more
how
points
much
to
more
hit.
difficult would that be? That might be the problem.
Okay. So okay. So you're talking about a vertex, not an axis. Okay. So we come here and we tap it here, right? I have nothing touched and just have my stylus. No W shifts, any of that. See the red dot comes up? Oh. And then I just pull this until it clicks on the next red dot. Is that what you mean? Like I can go from here to there. Now, yes. So all you do, I mean, I'm touching nothing. There's no shifts, there's no Ys, there's none of that. We see the red dot, and then we just drag it, and it snaps to there, or it snaps to there, or it snaps to there. And yes, if, let's say you divide this to 1,000,000, that's 5 minutes. Okay, I guess I got button happy and we went up to 83 million. We don't need that. So res. So res. So res. Delete high. So, and now you want to go from this point to this point. It'll still do it, right? But it's you know, there are millions of axes. So all you do is touch and drag. But since that's not straight anymore, So does that make sense? All you do is drag it. I'm going to go from that vert to that one. And obviously, the more vertices you have, it's but I measure the length of the transpose line. It doesn't snap. Are you talking about it snapping to the surface so you're getting a curve measurement? Because, I mean, the end snaps, right? It's going to snap, right? Boom, 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 boom. It snaps. The end snaps. But, I mean, are you trying to do something like boom, and then boom, 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 and then you're going up and over the measurement? Here, let's, once again, beginning, see the red dot? It snaps. I'm going to come over here, and it snaps. Snaps, it snaps, it snaps. Do you have a lot of geometry? I mean, if you have millions of polys, it's not going to feel like it's snapping because there are, 1,000 polys in that little area. So you have to zoom in really, really tight to get it to snap on the one you want, right? Here, let's divide. And so we're here. Let me, boom, boom. And so you want to go from this vertices to this one. You can see that it's going to snap on each one. I'm confused. I'm not sure. I mean, because I don't think there's a way you can turn that snap off. Hold on, let's go into transpose. Yeah, see, I don't know that there's a way you can turn the snap off of transpose. Well, no, I mean, I'm willing to try to figure out what's going on. I mean, that's why I'm here, Hi, Jewel Studio. So does your model have a lot of polygons? So, okay. So let me see if this is what you're talking about. let's go to ring. Come on. There we go. So if you're going to do it with the transpose tool, it should snap to there, come down, and it should snap to there. And then 53.023. Now, you're talking about radius, so what's that? Divide it by 2, or, that halved. If you're trying to, if you need a center measuring point, I would probably just duplicate this, go W.
They said diameter, so it's what you did.
Oh, I thought he's, okay. Yeah, so no, it'll snap to those 2 points. Now, if you have a ton of geometry, let's say you've already sculpted this and it's a ring and you're trying to find out the diameter of the ring. Here, so let's divide this up a ton. Divide. Oh, look, we've got something that's divided by a ton. An easy way of going about this would actually be okay. So we have our little guy here, right? You're trying to find out the radius of this. Of course, you can do the same thing. We're going to go W, Y, and we have this. But often when you're doing this, because you have so many points, because it's already sculpted, you're going to do something like this, and it's going to be wrong, right? We're going to go there, and then we're going to go to here. And you'll see that I've ridden up that, right? So that's a hard way to find the measurement. If you don't have a low poly thing that it'll snap clearly to. But a really, really easy way of doing it is come in. Get rid of that. Why? I guess I have to click on the window. Why? Cute. All right, so you have your ring. You come in and you get your circle mask on control and get your circle mask to where you're just covering it. Boop. And you look and see you have your mask there. And so now hide part. Hide part. And you have this guy. And now, if you use update size ratios, 54.07. And, you're like, okay, well, that could be 1,000th of a millimeter off. So now we're just going to drag this. Oh, no. You can do it again if you're like, well, that's not accurate enough. And I'm going to tell you very clearly that's more than accurate. But if you want to be obsessive and anal, and come here and do this again, and just don't mask off much. Right, and so now we cut more off that, hide part. And now it is 53.79. All right, so we, what did we lose? We lost a few tenths of a mil, or a few hundredths of a mil. And so you can get that down to as close as you want it. And, that's going to, that's going to be, you're going to polish that off, right? So that's not even an issue. That is your, yeah. So I would just plop that in there. I tend to use, I have ring sizes already done. So what is an easy way of going about it is make pre-ring sizes. So I have it here, come in here. And so when I'm making a ring, I'm going to come in here and let's say I want it to be a 7.5. I'm going to click this and I'm going to start my ring from this. And what this gives us, that's the size. This is the mandrel, and then this is the band. And that way you just sculpt away, sculpt away, sculpt away, sculpt away, and then boom, there's your mandrel. And you can always go back to your mandrel as you're sculpting.
You can take that mandrel into your ring, like if you didn't sculpt on that ring, take that mandrel into a different subtool, flip the polygons so you can see it inside out, and scale your ring around it.
Yeah. Yeah, so let's, here, we have this, divide, 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 divide. Now you have your ring size mandrel. I'm going to flip it. And you can see that it's just right there, right? So we're going to go here, make our mandrel visible, W, and I can size it. Oh, look, now we are, but I don't want it to touch. I don't want it to be that comfort fit. I want there to be a little bit more flat in the band. We just bring it in. And then, and just grab your projection brush, and ooh, we have history somewhere. Oh, so for those of you who have history and you come up with something like that, just hold down Control, turn it on and turn it off. It'll bring the history state here, and then it turns it off. And so now you come in, and then you can just use projection. And for this, I would do this by hand instead of project all, because you're not going to get the projection stretch. This is just going to be a nice flat way to come in and just take your time, because you can't use symmetry with projection tools. And bigger here. And now your ring is the right size, has a flat space, and it's always the same. Yeah, mandrel's the easy way. And I mean, I have pre-made mandrels, but you know, it's super easy. What is this mandrel size? Where to go? Are we here? No? Oh, we're here. So this mandrel is a 7.5, right? Is 17.73. So if you have a ring sizing chart and you're like, oh, I need it to be 17.73, you just come here, W, make a cylinder, close it, opened it, boop, boop, boop. And then let's say your cylinder is this big, right? And just add a little, and sliders to subtool, and you can see that this is 4x4. What did we say it was? 17. Why is it? Oh, because we're in friggin' inches. Ugh, inches. No inches. Bad. See, that's the inch. Killing me. 17. No, we need this. What I say we wanted at 17.73?
I have no idea anymore.
17.73. Enter. Resize subtool. And now, there you go. Now you have a mandrel. Once again, flip it. You can see that it's the same size as the one that I had made. So you can just create your own mandrel and then use that as a projection tool for ring sizing. That's the most accurate. I mean, if you're trying to get the ring to be a specific size, that's the way to do it. Because then you can move things around and futz with it and da 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 da. You always know how big your whole size is. Right, right. Yeah. Oh my gosh, it got late quick, didn't it?
Sure did.
It's always that first stretch to like 10:30, and then everything's on. Yeah, of course. Oh, wait, did I actually center this? No. Mm-mm. No, so much turn that crap off. A little line, that little line. And we're gonna symmetry. Okay, so now that's in the center of the world. And so now I can work symmetry. Woo!
Now you did a lot of that resizing with symmetry on, or not the resizing, moving it around with the gizmo.
Mm-hmm.
Are you not terrified something was goobered in that process?
You mean like all of that right there?
Yes.
No, I'm not terrified at all.
Okay.
I was hopeful thinking, man. Why do you have to be like that?
It was mostly curiosity on my end. I was like, wow, he's really relaxed about that.
Symmetry being turned on, yeah.
Yeah.
I was trying to be really relaxed about it. I saw it and I was like, I'm terrified. But that's funny. Oh, you ruined it. I was trying to play that off so well. W. Symmetry's turned off, right? You know what
Symmetry off,
does
pizza on.
you know what does bum me out is that home doesn't take everything with it, right?
I
So if I push home and it doesn't take everything, what is that about?
Oh, yeah.
That's one that kills me.
Now, let me see something.
Mm.
Yeah.
It doesn't work. And that's a bummer.
I wonder why they chose to exclude the home button.
I don't know that if they chose to exclude it. I think that there's probably some function that just... Uh-oh. Are those extra parts, or did I just screw myself? I think. Okay. Here we go. And now. Nope. I was trying. Excuse me.
Blashums.
part or is that an important part? Part? Extra part? Really should put these in folders. Okay. Now, we can, without drama.
Well,
Right? Are you disagreeing that it might be with drama?
it might be. I have no proof that it will happen without drama.
Okay, that's perfectly fair. Mm-mm. That might be drama, huh?
Uh-oh.
Let's lower our res here. Just smooth this out. Because I know this is not symmetrical. See, the trick is how can we make sure that everybody who's watched the stream knows that there's going to be a screaming bunny on the side of this, but everyone who hasn't watched the stream won't know.
They won't know.
That it's a screaming bunny.
Okay, it'll just look like.
The shape.
Okay, okay. So it's an abstract screaming bunny.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't want it to be like Bugs Bunny, where you're like, hey, wait a minute.
Why is that there?
Right. We want it to be like, hey, that's cool. And then when it's sitting, thank you. When it's sitting on the side thinking you're laying there, you're tired, you wake up, you look at the side of the ring, and you're like, hey, that looks like, that's a screaming bunny. I'm telling you, I think it's a good design theory.
I support you.
Ooh, this room gets toasty. Oh. Who? ZBrush didn't like that.
Are we gonna? Or do we consider that drama?
No, that's not drama.
Oh, okay. Cool.
That's death. You notice that we went straight to the Memento Mori page. It's like,
Right.
wah, wah. I think I gotta pee again. I mean, it's only been 4 hours.
You know, you got a water bottle bigger than a gas tank.
It's true. I drank one of them. We went and refilled it. This one's halfway empty.
Goodness.
And I had a big glass of tea to boot. So I'm ingesting a lot of fluids. I love people who are like, oh, you know, if you wake up at night in the middle of the night to pee, you know, you have prostate problems. I'm like, no, I drink a gallon of water up to the point that I'm crawling into bed. That, trust me, they got nothing to do with prostate problems, man. Oh, man. Now I'm going to have to recenter this again. That was such a chore.
Oh, man. What drama.
I know. Now that's drama. Oh. Can you hear that crunching?
Nope.
Too bad. It's really impressive. Your bunnies never scream? Hey, how we doing? Punked. I'm a byproduct of the punk generation. Roll with that. We have to go back here. We have to rotate this around. We have to go W. Put on our pizza boxes. Make sure that symmetry's turned off. Because some ding dong insists. And now is that in the center? So how are you doing, Ash? Anything new and exciting and entertaining? Move on. I think that's low. All right. And so now we'll turn off our pizza boxes. We go to subtool. We know that that's poo. And we know that that's poo. And we... Everybody, we're going to turn you off. We are going to go turn pizza boxes on. We're going to go to new folder. Yes, we want all those things in one folder, and we're going to call this good bits. Shouldn't have been turned. Okay, now we have the good. Still true. I guess really I should have put the bad bits in a folder, shouldn't I? So I don't have to look. And now we're gonna go pizza box. Pizza box. New folder. Yes. Other bits. All right, there we go. So, turn everybody on. Turn symmetry on.
So the pizza boxes being turned on makes all the selected subtools sort into a new folder?
Yes. If they're visible. Only the ones that are visible. Right? So let's come over here. And we have all these things, all these parts. And I don't want all those parts. I only want some of those. So I'm going to come over here. And I'm going to turn everybody off. But I want this part. I want this part. I want these 4 parts. I want that part. And I want these 2 parts. Are these in a folder already?
Take it.
That's interesting. It might yank them out of the folder. I don't know if I've ever done it where yanking it out of the folder. We'll give it a shot. Okay, so we have all those guys. And now we're going to go W. Turn on our pizza box. And go new folder. And see how it says are currently activated multi-transpose, which like, yep. So we're going to go, yep. We're going to go test. And now, yep.
Now this, correct me if I'm wrong, is a 2022 feature. This is
Nope.
a brand new thing.
Nope.
No?
Mm-mm. You've been able to do this for quite a while, actually.
Oh, I thought this was brand
No,
new.
remember you told me that this doesn't work, and I'm like, it does work. You were like, it doesn't
Yeah.
work, and I'm like, it works.
No, I've never seen this before. Well,
oh
you
my
weren't
God.
arguing with me. It might have been Eric.
It was you.
I've never seen that before.
I'm not even okay. Yeah, slighting bastard.
It wasn't me.
So now you can see that we have the test folder and it has those 10 pieces that I selected. So yeah, group subtools. Hey, hey. Davos was a Texas dude. You abandoned Texas. Congratulations. Good call. Yeah. So, and it's weird. Every once in a while, it doesn't give you the folder, and I think I don't know why. I'm like, huh. So, but yes, it works. But sometimes you're like, why did I go with that? Yes, I do remember. Okay. Back to this. Boop. Hey, Barker, how we doing? Hi. I don't remember what I did. So you better not crash. I hate it when I have something on and I type it and I don't. Hmm. Yeah, as far as jobs go, I have no complaints about mine. Um, I enjoy what I do, but I do tap dance. Keep them entertained, man. I'll be right back.
I'm gonna go pee too.
And Bob's your uncle. Yeah, two important things. Glove. Very important. Glove. Doki wear. Best glove. Love 'em. Keyboard. Oh yeah, keyboard. Keyboard. Keep pushing buttons and changing my color schemes. Yeah, that's good. Can you hear me, Henry? Did I lose Henry? So I go to the bathroom and Henry runs away. Look at him. That's not good. Not very good. Rotate this up some.
Did you answer the question about the gears?
What's that?
How or where did you get the gears?
I just made them. I had a picture of a universal gear, and then I just went here and was like, boop, boop, boop. You just count how many gears you want. And then, and I was like, okay, I want a bevel there. So I'm going to modeler and I'm going to bevel. Bevel. And put a bevel that. Put a little bevel there. Then I know this. And so I'm going to, oh, Q mesh. I'm going to go poly loop here and drag that out. So now that part. And then you come in here and anybody remember what the count on that was?
100.
100? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And so then we come in here. Turn on symmetry. Ooh. What axis is it? We go 50. Here.
Who said 100?
You have to pay more attention at the beginning there.
I saw 100 at one point.
Oh, that's crap. Okay. Well, we can do it this way. Um,
25 is my new answer. Or 50.
7, 14, 38, 11. Height. I don't even know if I have even number. That's what's funny. And okay, so we go like that. We pull it out. Nope, no poly loop. Stop that. Poly loop, single poly. Pull it out. And then normally I'll come here and I will move points. Move infinite X, Y, Z. And once again, I would do this with radial. So you're doing it to all of them. And you just kind of go turn symmetry. Because yes, there is no symmetry. You know, do that, do that. And if you're doing it with radial, you do it to one and it does it to all, but I wasn't paying attention and blah, blah. And then and once again with radial, you grab this, go move, and move it down, and there you go. Now you have a base set of gears. So that's how I made the gears. I just had a drawing behind it and created all the different parts. And yeah, not rocket science. It's pretty easy. There are things with gear builders and things like that. Because for the most part, what I'm doing, things are tiny. You know, it's not like you can get away with it. Murder this way. Okay, first of all, wrong brush. symmetry off. Okay, now we can work with symmetry. No, I didn't reset this, did I? I smoothed it and then it crashed on me. All right. Smooth. Hey, Sergey, how we doing? Their symmetry is going to have to stop up. Those aren't symmetrical. We can pull some symmetry. All right. Strongly 5 o'clock? Here. You don't want to be passively 5 o'clock. So what time's the meeting tomorrow?
Wednesday.
Yep.
At 3.
Okay. No, I'm supposed to talk to about streaming tomorrow. I'm
I
sorry.
have to help a friend rebuild a computer tomorrow.
Wow. We still need to get this thing to have its like little thingies tuned.
We need to set an XMP profile, yeah.
Those little thingies.
Yeah.
And then we
No,
need to
I
run
know.
our speed test. Woo!
Yep. Yep. It's a meeting with Earthfire.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
He knows about NFTs?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I like him. Luke?
You know, I'm not sure.
See, I always hate doing things like that in public like this because now people know I don't remember their name, let alone my own. So it's embarrassing.
I know every single human being I've ever met by their Discord name.
Right.
And if you change your Discord name on me, Dave Ross, Texas dude, I will have no idea who you are ever again.
Oh, that's funny. So my friend's dad plays a lot of EVE Online.
Okay.
Have you ever opened or dealt with this at all?
Nope.
So it's sort of it's like a space life simulator. Like, you get a spaceship, you go out and do stuff, but there's like no end game. It's not it's just sort of you go out and live life thing.
So it's like
Um,
Second Life?
No, I mean, there's economics and there's spaceships and people have wars and you go explore and you do mining and it's like a space simulator.
Oh, okay.
How's it called? You mean EVE Online? Yeah. And I guess there are these huge wars and like because of how things are set up, there's a full economy, and I guess economists watch EVE Online economies because it's a microcosm of current economy philosophy, I guess. I don't know, it's bizarro. But you join clans and there are spies and people just blow you out of space, and like it's I've been for about 10 years I've been very interested in it. But the problem is that if you don't know anything, you're going to go out there and you die. And the problem is there's no reset point. There's no, like, if you lose your equipment, if you didn't have it insured, you lost it. You know what I mean? And there are places you don't want to go in space because people will jack you for everything you know. It's, and I'm like, oh my gosh, it really is like space life simulator. I'm very interested in it. And so his dad actually plays with a huge group, right?
Mm.
And they were like, oh, well, they have this like little online university thing. And he's like, you should, you know, play that and at least they can get you up and running. But the other cool thing about them is that they, like, they're so rich that they'll just give you ships that are already equipped so you can go out and learn before you know. And they have a DJ. I don't think you were here when we were talking about this, but they have a DJ that streams on Twitch, and everyone in the group just tips him to the point that it pays his rent. So he is a professional online space simulator DJ.
Wow.
So I want to know how I can become their official jeweler. Right? We'll take special orders on Twitch and you can just pay me through Twitch.
Can we make objects that they can use in the game?
Not yet. But I actually have a an email into them saying what exactly does it take? Because people are making new uniforms and stuff, right? Like their clothes assets and glassets assets and things like that. And I figure you could make like a shirt that has a ring attached to it or something like that. You know, I don't know if the mapping is there for jewelry. But I definitely put a call into them because if you could make like unit pips that you can wear on your uniform, because they just changed it where the like the people are very high res compared to what they used to be. And so there's a lot of stuff you do with your character when it has to do with the politics and stuff. And I was like, oh, dude, let's see if we can ground floor that. And what's nice about it is they belong to a really big group. So if I can get them excited about it, they can go push for it. Because I guess they go to Iceland or the Netherlands or something like that for the developer meetings, and they have big conventions in Vegas and stuff. It's pretty crazy. I was like, okay, this sounds like my kind of people, honestly. Hell yeah, you wackadoodle. I'm telling you, this digital asset thing is going to be big because people are weak.
Yep.
Because every time, see, you know how I know it's going to be huge? Is because every time I sit back and go, that is the dumbest thing I have ever heard of. People make millions of dollars off of it. And I'm like, you know what? I get it. I'm wrong. I'm wrong. I've come to grips with that. I'm wrong about all this stuff, dude. Hey, Sword Dip, how you doing? How is it going? Are you having a lovely day, night, afternoon, whatever it is? So I thought that would be kind of interesting. The one thing I like about it is that, you know, there's no end game, right? You know, there's no winning, there's no losing. You just go out, make money, hang out, start wars. Yeah, that sounds great.
Yeah, it's space Minecraft. MMO space Minecraft.
Except it's really pretty.
Yeah, except pretty.
Do you play Minecraft?
Not often, but I used to.
I know a lot of people who play Minecraft.
Yeah, it's relaxing to just tear down a mountain.
Right?
One block at a time.
I thought it would be interesting to I guess you can now do like open world where you can just get your materials, you know, and that I've always been really reticent to ever play Minecraft because I'm a Lego junkie. And I just know I'd sit in there and build like a 3 million brick like castle with like, just it. I know that it'd be addictive and I'd be doomed.
Yeah, we'd all be doomed. Yeah. That is what it is. I always play in like normal mode where you have to actually get all of your own materials.
Right, you have to do the grind.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd be down for grinding for blocks, Grinding for a spaceship, I think I might be much more inclined to do that. I don't know. It has a better picture, you know? So the other day when I was working, I reached a point where I was just like done. And I signed up for the little university. It's free, it's just a thing they do. And yeah, I'm like, okay, I'm going to see if I can learn how to participate in this a little bit and see what happens.
The what? The little university?
Yeah, like I said, they have so like the learning curve on this thing is like no joke. You like have to learn. It's like full tilt economies and you have to go through all these education skills to get your skills and blah 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 blah. And the hell if I know what it is. I guess there's another one called Star Citizen or something like that.
Oh yeah.
But that one's much more like that's like a real flight simulator. Yeah.
Well, and like people pay tens of thousands of dollars for a ship in that game.
Oh, that's the same thing with Eve. The amount of money that was lost during these wars, they were like $500,000 was lost in assets, and you're just like, what? Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, no, it's madness. But there's something compelling about that madness. I don't know. I think I have a goal to become like a gang's jeweler, though. Hey, they have a DJ, man. If they have a DJ, they definitely need a jeweler.
Yeah. Sounds about right to me.
But it was so funny when I was trying to learn how to do something. Normally, what do? You go online and look, right? That's what I do. And I kept finding just all this different weird stuff. And I finally sat and talked to my friend's dad who's doing it. And he's like, oh, yeah, no, that's spies. They're trying to make you do the wrong thing. So you go down. And then what they do is they come in and they scam you out of your ship and then in turn use you to do X, Y, and Z. I'm just like, spies? He's like, oh yeah, no, there's a whole world of spy network here. I'm like, oh my God. So they're completely just hosing new players to get them to do,
Yeah.
It's spy recruitment. You know what I mean? Like, so you seem to have a very high, you have a high meme habit. We can fulfill that habit for you if you take your spaceship and go to this dock on Thursday at midnight.
And email us your password.
Exactly. I guess that spying is so because one of the things they asked for is there's a way to open your account for people to look at. And if you're part of these, like if you try to join one of these, I think they're called corporations, the gangs, right? You have to show them, you have to open your account so they can monitor your account to see who you're emailing and stuff, because I guess people really do spy. And they really do come in and like, they're like, nope, we want to see who you are, and and he was just like, that's not a scam. He's like, well, don't give them your password, but they're going to look at your account and see who you know and see if you've ever played before and who you were playing with and like, why are you now doing this? I was just like, oh my God. That sounds absolutely hysterical.
Crazy. But I mean, if there's real money to be stolen in a game,
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean,
within the rules of the game to do it. Cool.
yeah, oh no, there's total hacking, there's total like scamming, like where they set up fake ship sails and rob you. Like, I mean, it is a ruthless, like, no joke, welcome to South Central LA kind of world. I like it. I was just like, yeah. I thought it was absolutely hysterical. But I'll buy a
So it is
kayak before I
past
ever buy
due.
a ship.
Oh yeah, for sure. Real world stuff first.
Yes. I will never spend money on this game.
It is past 2 a.m.
Okay. Any last questions or requests or anything before we sign this off? You see what I mean? It's sort of bunny looking, but it's also going to sort of look like a flower or something. I think the screaming bunny is definitely, it's not going to be super noticeable. Does that look like a screaming bunny to you?
No, not at all.
Good. Good. Anybody? Last call. Well, this is going to be a test piece. What I'm sculpting right now is going to be a test piece for an NFT with some friends of ours. And then, that way we're not tied to it really. It's just sort of another, there are a bunch of different people who are working with it, and it's going to let us see some of the things we're trying to do and see if they'll work. And so this is going to be our first sort of sandbox NFT thing. And then we're going to talk to a couple people about some of the things that I really want to do with NFTs and see if it's even feasible. And yeah, we're, as long as I feel comfortable with, I'm not going to be, burning the planet to the ground in the next 3 weeks or whatever, I think that trying to be ethical about it and trying to be informed. And so we're just going through we're informed stage and see what, what we can accomplish with some of the things that I want to accomplish with it, but also, just make sure that we do things right and all of that. Well, that's the attitude I don't want to have, But I mean, at the same time, if I'm making YouTube videos and a YouTube video actually uses as much electricity as, the NFTs, the one thing about the NFT market is that they are very motivated to now try to solve these problems because they've really been called out about it. And the difference between proof of stake and proof of work is very different. And everyone is now trying to solve the issues with it where, like, no one's trying to solve YouTube's electricity usage issues or, I mean, I'm sure someone is, but I mean, no one's on their back actively about it, where the NFT market definitely got slagged about it. So, and I mean, rightly so. I'm not saying, oh, it was unfair. Like, no, if you're burning, enough electricity for, a house for 30 years to make one of these things, that, yeah, that's silly. But, there's a lot of new things that are tied to it with proof of stake instead of proof of work. And you know, they're actually trying to resolve the issues. So, and I think that, you know, at the end of the day, it could be one of the most powerful tools ever for artists. So, not as it's set up right now, but in the future, I think that it could really be a powerful tool for artists. So, you know, we're going to see what happens. And as long as we can do it well and actually make a product that's interesting and should have some intrinsic value, we will we'll produce this one and see what it does, and then yeah, you know. Rizu, you're late to the party, or am I? I'm late to the party. I'm usually always late to. I made a career of it, actually. You never want to be the first one. Okay, unless it was buying Bitcoin for $1 or something. Yeah. Oh man, Ash, you're a lot more hopeful than me. I think we've gone too far to really pull it back. I think what we're going to really have to learn to do is, you know, figure out how we can live on a poison planet. Because, I mean, let's face it, there's nothing we're going to do to this planet to make this planet die. You know, I mean, now we may have mass extinction events and blah, 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 blah. But, I mean, planets lived through all that crap before. And, you know, people are like, oh, you know, nuclear bombs, this, that. I mean, this was a floating lava rock for a long time. So, you know, maybe we just get floating lava rock and then it'll all happen again. So I'm not worried about the planet like dying. I'm just worried about us destroying everything that we know and live with. So, and sadly, I think we're already there. I think we're doomed. But stay positive. I think we can make a lot of art between now and when we die. So yeah, just keep it going. Keep making art. No, it's nobody cares. Anybody who says they cares, well, I mean, anyone who has the power to change things, who says they care is silly. Because, yeah, nope, don't buy it. Don't buy it. All right, for that jolly ending. Always jolly, aren't I?
Yeehaw.
Yeehaw! Look at you, Mr. Positive.
Show the whole piece real quick.
No. Well, it's only half right now, but
Show half the piece real quick.
so we have that, and then we have the little gears, and then we have the gears on the outside, and then on the inside it says apparatus, phantasmus apparatus, which is Latin for ghost in the machine, and then we have our little Illuminati gear eye in there. Ooh, look at that. And if you want to see the actual piece, hold on. Oh no. Ink metal. Collection. So that's the ring. But this piece isn't going to have diamonds all over it because I don't think we render stones well enough to put stones all over it for a rendering. Yeah. And so we're going to make a rotation table of that. And there you go. That's going to be first NFT, a little turntable. This groover, I guess. Yeah, it's a nice ring. It's actually pretty. It's a good one. Boop, 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 boop. Ooh. I'm gonna say. All right. So for all of you on YouTube, push subscribe and push like. It's important to us for our algorithm, so please do so. It's a big deal. And if you want to be notified when I or any of the other live streamers come on, hit the little bell, because that'll tell you when things are going on. Please do it for us. It's important. And then if you don't have ZBrush, buy ZBrush. If you can't afford ZBrush, try ZBrush Core. There's also ZBrush Mini, Core Mini, which is a good one. What else am I forgetting? Oh, go to ZBrush Jewelry Workshop if you want to learn how to make small objects in ZBrush. We teach people how to do it. Join our Discord. Did you put our Discord up there? Join our Discord. We have a pretty good active community. I like them a lot. They're great. They're not bad. No. They're wonderful. Oh no, Henry. What else I got? What have I missed? Nothing.
I think you hit it all.
Boo! I hit it all. All right. Thank you, ZBrush, for allowing me to do this silliness every week. And thank you guys and gals for showing up and doing with us. And I will see you next week. Next week will be crits. And then I'm probably going to take 2 weeks off because I have to move to LA. And yeah. And then we'll set up and get going again. All right. Thank you, kind and gentle folk. I will see you next Monday.